We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Hack the planet. All right. My name is the Shy Hat, and we are HackerFrogs. All right, so let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So it is Wednesday. What day is it today? It is Wednesday, February 13th. It is Valentine's Day tomorrow. Wait. Hold on. It's not the 13th. I've got my days mixed up. So it's not the yeah, I need to go in and fix this stuff. Anyways, it's February 11th, 2026. It is a Wednesday, and we're going to be covering 5 topics on today's. Let's not talk about our personal lives here. That's not what we're here for, but I feel your pain. Anyways, so we're going to cover a number of topics on today's stream. Topic number 1 is going to be our gaming topic. We're going to be doing a little bit of warm-up. We play some puzzle games to sharpen our problem-solving abilities. Thank you very much, Rob Vo, for subscribing with Tier 1. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, and yeah, so that's going to be the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we're going to be doing some demos for web app hacking challenges over at OLIcyber.it. It's an Italian cybersecurity education website, but we use our wonderful translation abilities to be able to access it. Technology sure is awesome, isn't it? All right, so that's the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be starting up our HackerFrogs Linux OS operations classes again. So these classes are for absolute beginners to topics like cybersecurity, tech topics, and we're going to be talking about how to do some very simple Linux commands in the picoctf platform. So that's going to be the third hour of today's stream. In the fourth hour, we're going to be doing some binary hacking. So we're going to be going from very, very beginner-focused topic to very, well, not beginner-focused topic with binary hacking challenges at pwnable.kr. So that's going to be the fourth hour of today's stream. And in the fifth and sixth hours of today's stream, we're going to be doing some Windows hacking stuff. So there's stuff for everybody. If you're a gamer, we've got stuff for you. If you're a person who's a beginner in cybersecurity, we got some stuff for you. And if you want to do some Windows hacking stuff, we got some stuff for you as well. Skyren, thank you very much for coming on by. Hello to you. And hello to Psycho. Hello, nice to see ya. And QVQ, hello. All right, let's get into our first topic. It's going to be about 60 minutes, and we're going to be doing a little bit of gaming to warm up. The game we're playing today is called Void Stranger, and Void Stranger is a very fun puzzle game. I don't think it's on sale right now, but here's the link if you wanted to get it on Steam. All right, so that's it over there, and let me go ahead and start that up. Okay, Rama says, I actually got on my way onto our school's database. Listen, don't tell me about you doing illegal hacking, because we don't endorse illegal hacking on this channel. But don't tell me about that. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and put on the game. So let me play with my overlays. Just a second. Where is it? Okay, over here. And Yuri, hello, nice to see you here. Well, if it's legal, then that's okay. Okay. Anyways, we've got our game over here, and let me go ahead and connect the sound. Just a second, everybody. Here we go. Oh, I see. All right, you should be able to hear the sound now. Let's go back. We'll resume. Okay, so in this game, you need to get to the stairs. It seems getting to the stairs would be pretty easy. We control this this person over here, and there's a special ability that we can do to pick up and put down blocks. But unfortunately, there's a new mechanic introduced in these levels where we can't pick up and drop blocks more than the number of times that these statues are on the screen. And Lucas, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? I'm doing all right. We're just starting up with some gaming topics. So I haven't figured out what these circle blocks are. Can we walk onto them? Oh, okay. So we can walk onto them once, but the next time we walk onto them, then they disappear. Alright, so I guess that means we need to plot a path. We need to plot a path to the treasure box. So we can go this way to the treasure box, open it up, and then we can go over to the exit. Okay, I missed the topics to be discussed today, so yeah, if you ever wanted to take a look at what the topics are for each one of our streams, we've got them on our Reddit page. Let me get that Reddit page for you. So the schedule is over here. Okay. And let's continue with the game. So exit here. So we've encountered these monsters before. So the diamond-shaped thing to the lower left of my character, that's a chasing monster. So we need to run away. Oh, okay. So I guess the chasing monsters can get caught up in these bricks as well. These bricks that fall. Fiaxen, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just playing some. Can we pick these up? We can pick them up. So even if we can pick them up, where can we put them? We can put them back here. What we want to do is we want to get the treasure chests. I guess we can pick up the stairs, and we can put the stairs somewhere else, maybe? But there's nowhere to put the stairs aside from over here. You created this game? No, I didn't create this game. We're just playing this game as a warm-up. So we play some puzzle games to warm up our problem-solving abilities, because there's a lot of creative problem-solving in cybersecurity and hack and stuff. So here's the thing. How do we get to the treasure chest and pick it up? Because we can only move over this square to the right of me once. If we try to move over it a second time, then we fall. If I could put this square somewhere else, that would be nice, but there's no place we can face to put the square. Do you have a Discord? Yeah. This is the Discord link over here. Thank you very much, Jethro, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. So yeah, I really don't see any place we could pick up and drop off blocks. Actually, wait. So we don't really have a choice but to let this thing fall. And XR, hello, nice to see you here. No, I mean we're just gaming. We're not really doing hacking right now. We're just trying to do a little warm up. And QVQ, hello, nice to see you here. And XR, thank you very much for coming by. So yeah, I don't think we have any choice but to just exit the level. I mean, we can step on this to try to get to the treasure chest. I mean, we can pick up this block. Does it make a difference? I think we're stuck now. Okay, and hey, Samwise, nice to see you here. Maybe I can pick up this block. Study bloggers, hello, nice to see you here. So if we pick up this block, that means the chaser monster can't come after us. That does mean we can step on this block, but stepping on the block doesn't really help us out any. I mean, I get to kill the monster there. Alright, I think we just need to exit this level. Okay, next level. We got 3 chaser monsters now. So the chaser monsters are going to come after me immediately. So I can step on each one of these. I did this in the wrong order. Okay, so we need to go here, step on this, and then step on this. Nope. We need to step on this, and then... Ooh, that doesn't work either. Or maybe we just need to... Step, 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 step. Nope. Step here. Take this away. Put this back, step on it, and then put it down so that the chaser monster will fall in. But that doesn't help me because I can't get back across again. Escape to the right? I mean, the stairs are to the right. The statues there will disappear. The statues are blocking the way, but they'll disappear after the monsters are all gone. The problem is that I can't make my way across the gap after I... Well, there's no way for me to make it across the gap. So, I've gotten rid of all the monsters, but there's no place for me to pick up any blocks to make a bridge. So I have to reset the level. Maybe I need to pick this up, step on this block, step on this block, put this down, okay, and then I can make a bridge now. So I'll make a bridge, and now I can move around. So all I need to do is I need to get rid of the other monster. The problem... Well... I can start building this way now. So just build out over here, pick this up, put it down, the monster will come, and then I can build the bridge to exit. Good. Okay. So there's a chaser monster here. There's a statue over the stairs. So the problem with this level is that there's a button. So there's a button on the left-hand side of the screen, and I need the button to be pressed in order to activate the stairs. So I need to isolate the chaser monster. So how do I do that? So maybe... wait for the monster to come here. Okay. So the chaser monster has to be taken out of play. Okay, so the chaser monster is out of play now. We don't have to worry about him for right now. So what we need to do is we need to find a way to pick up this button, and then how do you access this game? So this game, it's on Steam. You can search for the name of the game, Void Stranger. The name of the game is at the top left of the overlay on the stream. You can look it up. So I can pick this up, I can put it down over here, then start building some blocks out. So we need to move the statue either to the left, the right, or up. The problem is if I put a block over here, then the chaser monster is going to come after us again. Do I have enough time? I think I might have enough time. Actually, no, I don't think I do. So these stairs, I can also put it in a different place. Like over here. Can put the button here and maybe put this over here. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can... Yeah. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. So we're gonna make the chaser monster activate the stairs for us. So this is how we're gonna do it. So we're just going to put this here. The chaser monster is gonna follow us, and then we exit. Awesome. Okay, great. Next. This is kind of a trap. So there's this new statue in the middle of the screen here, and the new statue is going to keep track of how many times... Thank you very much, Ruben, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. So the statue is going to keep track of how many times you pick up and put down squares. And if I pick up any squares or put down any squares, it's gonna kill us. So that means we can only exit. Okay, we've got the chaser monster. So this seems pretty easy. The chaser monster is going to come after us. We're just going to wait for it to come over this way. And then we're going to pick up this square. Uh-oh. I did that one too many times. Uh-oh. Well, we can run to the exit now. Okay. Awesome. So we need to build a bridge to the exit here again, but we can't, well, I mean, we can't pick up and drop tiles too many times. So it's 4 times is our limit. So pick up, drop off, pick up, but that kills us. So we need to do it in... How do we do this then? Because if you pick up a square and drop it off, what happens if we push into the pit? Uh-oh. I mean, that doesn't really... That doesn't help us. This is tricky. So we can only pick up and or drop off a maximum number of 3 times. But we need to do it 4 times to get over the pit. So there's got to be some trick. Oh, you know what? What we can do? That doesn't help. I don't know. So we can pick up this, right? That's 1. We put it down, that's 2. If we start messing around with the statues, it doesn't really help us. Yeah. I wonder if we can do something to these statues. So we'll move this over, we'll push this aside, we'll push this aside. We'll pick up once. Oh no, we need at least 2. Okay, we'll pick up once, and then we'll see if we can interact with this. We can't interact with it. Okay. Only 3 times. Yeah, that's true. So what's the answer here? We can't move the statues into each other. We can pick up. We can drop off. Drop them all? Oh, actually, wait, you're right. So let's get rid of all of the statues. So if we just get rid of all of them, then there's no restriction anymore. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. Yeah, thank you very much for the suggestion, Altulfa. Altulpahal? Atulpahal? Thank you very much. Okay, next level. So what do we have? So we got 3 of these statues. I can't get rid of all of them. So we can't do the same thing we did in the previous level. XR says just to Kobayashi Maru that last level. Yeah, I mean, if you get rid of the restrictions, you don't have a restriction anymore. So what do we do? We want to get to the exit. Pick this up, push the statue, put this down, and yeah. So I guess we can exit like this. Okay, so we have a bunch of statues. I think what we want to do is we want to find a way to push one of the statues onto the button. So we just need to get rid of all the statues that we can. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3. But we also need to push the statue onto the button. So if we put the button here, we put the button there, how do we build out so that we can get behind this statue and then push it onto the button? I guess we could also try to aim for this other statue here. It might be, it's equally not easy. Okay, let's start over again. So we want to put the button into a position where we can push a statue onto it. We need to start clearing some space. So we can get rid of this statue, maybe this one too, and maybe this statue? And then we want to build out so that we can get behind one of these statues to push it onto the button. So which direction is the best one? Which direction is the best to get that to happen? Is it down? Nexo Creamery, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Maybe we need to clear out some more space. So we'll clear out these statues as well. Nexo Creamery, hey, what is up? Altu Pahal says, don't move the button, take 2 tiles and put it behind the statue. Yeah, I think we can build behind the statue over here. So what are we playing? We're playing Void Stranger. The name of the game is at the top left of the overlay on the screen. So we want to build out this way. The problem is that I've already kind of screwed myself up. Okay, we get rid of some of these statues. I think we can get rid of all these. These as well. So I'll pick up one of these. We can move on to the statue, push them over. Move here, put this down. And then we can build over here. And we can put the button over there. Yeah, so just put the button over there. Uh-oh, I've run out of statues. Hold on. No, it's fine, it's fine. Uh-oh. So push the statues off. Pick up one of these. Push these statues over. Put this down. And, hey, what is up? Thank you very much for subscribing, Monsif. Thank you. And, Freddy. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so we need to... I'll pick up the button here. Uh-oh. Don't think I should have done that. Dang, I screwed myself up. Okay. So, Nexo Creamery says, what does this have to do with the title, just playing a puzzle game? So the puzzle game is, it's a warm-up. So the stream is several hours long, and I'm just playing a puzzle game to warm up, so that, well, it's so people can come into the stream and then by the time the hour is up, we'll have some viewers to watch the actual hacking materials. So the game doesn't have anything to do with hacking specifically. Okay, so let's just put this down. We can replace this. Then we can push all the statues we want. But there's not... Uh-oh. We don't have too many more statues we can play with here. Put this down. If we pick this up and put this down, we've run out of statues. So we don't have anything. So I really shouldn't have picked up that first thing. Just saw the topic thing. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, so get rid of the statues. We need to move around. Get rid of this one. Pick up one of these tiles. Then push these tiles off. These statues off. Push, push, down. Put this down. Push this down. Then we need to build out. I think we need this tile as well. Put this down here. Okay, and then we can push this onto the stairs. Or, sorry, onto the button that opens up the stairs. Okay, we solved the level. That took a while. What's going on here? So we need to get rid of all the monsters to solve the level, because the stairs are being blocked by this statue here. I mean, we can push the statue onto the stairs. We also can't pick anything up. If we pick something up, then the statue on the left is going to activate and kill us. Okay, I think I know what to do. We need to force the monkey here to charge down. And then force the monkey to charge this way. And then force the monkey to step onto this square, which will eliminate him. So we can get to the stairs. So get to the stairs, great. Okay. We can't pick anything up. Well, I mean, we can pick stuff up, but we first need to get rid of... We first need to get rid of the statue. So we can go down, push the statue off. So this Mouthman guy only comes for us if we're on the same level as him. Go up. I can't get the chest. I really want to get the treasure chest. You know, something else I figured out? So when these tiles disappear, any adjacent tiles that are in the same condition will also disappear. So Ariane says, first straight to the monkey, go straight to the monkey, then move to the chest, then move to the stairs. All right, let me try. So straight to the monkey. and then move to the chest, and then move to the stairs. Uh-oh. So yeah, it's tough because the monkey is going to activate while we're on the tiles, and if the tiles are the same, then we'll drop as well. Nexo says, "What's the origin of the frog?" So it's HackerFrogs. So if you're on Twitch, there are lots of frog emotes. So the frogs are kind of like the people, and we're hackers, so we're HackerFrogs. So if we get rid of the statue, then we can start picking up the blocks. Move off the line. But picking up the blocks just really doesn't help us out too much anyways. Yeah, because if we move this way, then these squares are all connected, and they collapse together as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we have to move the statue and then use it somehow. So maybe we could move like this. Push the statue off. And then pick up this block. Yeah, that doesn't help us out. Okay, Nexo says, I'm not joking, I found a YouTube short, Brain Rot. Brain Rot? The channel is called Donald Gamer. Well, I mean, I don't know about Brain Rot and YouTube shorts and frogs. Let me know. Let me know how that all connected together. So, can we just make a beeline for the stairs? I don't think we can. If we move past the monkey over here, the monkey's going to charge, and then it collapses the bridge. Oh, no worries, Nexo. If we just try to move around, then this mouth guy is going to get us, the mouth man. If we move over this way to push the statue over, we can't avoid the mouth man here. The moment I step in front of the monkey is going to charge, and then that's kind of game over too. So I'm not too sure what the solution is. Okay, maybe what I need to do is I need to push this stuff out of the way and then start building a bridge. Freddy says, is your job related to your hobby? Is my job related to my hobby? Mom, I mean, my hobby is cybersecurity. I don't want to say that my hobby is cybersecurity, because if I say my hobby is cybersecurity and my job is cybersecurity related, that means there's no separation between my job and my hobby. So I don't want to say that. But what can we do here? We can't step on these blocks again. So we can start picking up these blocks and moving them around. The problem is that it really doesn't help us out. We don't have enough solid blocks to... we don't have enough solid blocks to start building bridges. Because we need, like, at least one more block. Take a tile? I mean, we can take a tile. We can put a tile down, but if we step on any of these tiles, then we lose. Maybe what we need to do is we need to... So we picked up this stuff. Well, I mean, we can start building bridges now. Okay. I mean, that doesn't help us too much because we can't build in any... Oh, no, wait, we can exit now. Oh, okay, we can exit. We can just go down this way, put this down, and then exit. Jeez. Okay. Nexo says, competitive people on cash tournaments are gamers for hobbies, and their job is gaming, so I don't know why you shouldn't say that. Well, I mean, the thing about cybersecurity is that if you make cybersecurity your hobby and your job, then it makes you prone to burnout much faster, because the more you learn about cybersecurity, the more you realize that everything's vulnerable, and if you're not in the right headspace, then that can be very depressing. Okay, Real Nano, hello, nice to see you here. Hello, it's been a while, had a lot to do. Might start uni for embedded systems, sponsored through a firm. Hey, that sounds like a lot of fun. And congratulations. Okay, exit. What's next? Oh, geez. So we need to... What do we need to do here? We need to push the boulder. We need to push the boulder on the left side of the screen onto the button. That opens up the stairs. So, I mean, I guess I could put the button here instead. Does that help us any? Because we need to make our way over to the boulder to push it down. Okay, so now the boulder is... Now the stairs are open, but we can't get to the stairs anymore. Okay, I don't know how the game works. Can you give me a summary? So, the basic function of the game is that you have the ability to pick up the tiles and then put them down somewhere else. But... Okay. Actually, wait. Okay, I think... Do I have a... Man. I think we can do it as long as we pick up one of these tiles. So we pick up one of these, then move up here, push the button, and then move down, put down this thing, and then we can get to the stairs. Okay, done. Great. We have another chaser monster. So these statues prevent us from picking up stuff. If we... Yeah. So where are the stairs? So the stairs are underneath one of the statues. So we can... As it stands, we can't pick anything up, because if we pick something up, then if we pick something up and put it down, then the statues are going to kill us. So, if we could get rid of both of the statues, then we could pick up stuff willy-nilly at will, but how do we get that done? Maybe... I don't see a way to do it. Because if we pick something up, then it's gonna zap us. So can we... pick this up? Yeah, we can't pick it up. We can't pick up anything. Okay, Nexo says, what's your favorite Linux distro? I mean, I use Kali Linux a lot, so I'd say it's Kali Linux. I don't really use any other Linux distributions aside from Kali Linux. Okay, so let's see. Ronana asks, can you pick up any of the circle blocks? We can pick up the circle blocks, but the statues here are getting in our way. We can't pick up anything. We can't pick up or drop off more than the number of statues on the level, otherwise we lose. Drop the chaser into the pit. Drop the chaser into the pit. Yeah, I guess that's the only way to do it here. I mean, we can get rid of this statue. We're not going to be picking anything up. Okay, so move this. The chaser comes after us. Go. Down. Chaser drops into the pit, and then we can get to the stairs. Alright. Now what? So the chaser enemy is going to follow us. Okay. Ronana says, push the statue from the left of the statue. Freddy says, let's see, you're supposed to drop that crystal into the void. Drop the crystal into the void. So the... I think we can get rid of the chaser enemy right here. Okay, it drops. Nexo says, what's your opinion on AI coding and hacking? I don't have a really strong opinion right now because... I don't have a really strong opinion right now because it's still... The space is still evolving. As far as what kind of tools are going to appear because of the AI, the people are already automating a lot of hacking stuff. And they're also automating a lot of like discovery as well, discovery and like monitoring of logs and stuff like that. It's going to be like an arms race. So can you train the bots to look over your logs better than you can train the bots to hack into systems? It's yeah, it's a whole thing. Okay, so we got the grubs, we got the snakes. I think the goal here is to get rid of the statues. So if we can get rid of the statues, then we can start moving stuff around and get to the exit. Because if we can't put any tiles down, we can't get to the stairs. So these guys get rid of each other. I can move... here. Move the statue up. Move here, move the statue into the pit. And then... Uh-oh. That was not the way I was supposed to do it. Okay, so Skyrin Brook says, I've worked in healthcare. Do you have any direction with where I can go? So do you currently work in healthcare? Or are you saying that you used to work in healthcare before, Skyrin Brook? So any direction where I can go with AI hacking and programming? I mean, what kind of equipment did you interact with when you were working in healthcare? Were you working with any specialized equipment? So Nexo Creamer also asks, my opinion is if you're the type to check the docs a lot and you know the basics, it's okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the AI isn't going to replace all cybersecurity jobs. It's going to replace a number of cybersecurity jobs. Not really replace, it's more like the people working in the field are going to be expected to do more with AI assistance, so that means that they're going to the companies are going to justify downsizing their workforce. So it's tough. Fred Yee says, I worked in cloud web hosting company, monitoring logs using Linux, considering as a white label support. So stressing seeing logs with tons of lines, and you think it's a good idea to propose a script I have in mind, but I am afraid of what the outcome is going to be. Well, I mean, definitely you can do some work on your own first to figure out if the script is actually going to pull out all of the relevant data. Once you have your script in a good place, then you can present it to your managers, your bosses. Okay, so we wanna push this here. Maybe we want to get rid of these immediately, right? Like this. And then I mean, we can't pick up or put down. Okay, never mind. What mic do you use? I'm using like a generic Logitech noise canceling headset. It's not anything super fancy. Move here, push it off. I mean, we can just... Okay, I think we're clear. We're clear to start picking blocks up. So pick up the blocks, put them down, get to the stairs. Done. Okay, what is this? Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Xdatech, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got the stairs underneath the statue right there. We need to move the statue off. There's no way we can eliminate all of these statues that are preventing us from picking up stuff. There are too many of them. Okay, Skyren says, working in healthcare still. Okay, so you're still in healthcare? As in completing a doctoral degree in the health field, when I worked in the hospital as a nursing assistant, I used computers to log patient data, treatment plans, used blood pressure monitors, automated machines, pacemakers, etc. The technology aspect fascinated me as well as the security aspect. I mean, the difficult part of working in the healthcare field is that healthcare it's very hard to secure because all of the facilities, or most of the facilities involved in healthcare, are supposed to be, what is the word? Semi-public. So because they're semi-public and anybody can get into the facilities, it makes securing them kind of difficult. There have been a lot of stories about how physical pen testers, people who are paid to check the physical security of healthcare facilities, have a very easy time because Arian says these are easy puzzles. So let's take a look at the puzzle. What is happening here? So, I mean, essentially what we need to do is push the statue onto the button, which is going to open up the stairs. The problem is that we can't make our way back over to where the stairs are, because the stairs are underneath the statue on the right in the middle. But we can't step on these blocks anymore. I mean, the stairs are here. Maybe I could, yeah, maybe I should pick up the stairs. So I'll pick up the stairs. And then where can I put the stairs that is going to help me out? I need to push the statue onto the button. Okay, awesome. So just put down the stairs. The stairs have been activated and I can get back to it. Okay. And what's going on here? So there's the hand guy. The hand guy doesn't move. The hand guy doesn't move. The snake guy does move. What prevents me from just going to the stairs? Go to the stairs. Go to the stairs? Okay. Nexocrimer just says, Nexocrimer asks, do you have a GitHub or anything? Yeah, we have quite the GitHub, actually. Let me give you the link, just a second. So we use a lot of GitHub over at HackerFrogs. So let me just get you the last puzzle. You need to take the chest where? Where do we take the chest? Okay, we got our story part. So let's go ahead and activate the story. A lone birch tree stands in the void. This area feels safe, and since you've been traveling for quite some time already, would you like to rest for now? So we'll just say yes. That's going to close out the game. Could you add your GitHub to the links below for people? Yeah. I mean, I think I just put that in the chat. Okay, so let me start up the game again, and then we can watch the fun interactive cutscene. On the about. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I should add the GitHub. I should add the GitHub to the description. Okay, no peeking. What is this? Are you sure you don't need any help, Your Highness? I can handle this. I think. Why are you trying it on at this hour? Are you worried it won't fit anymore? Arian says, you missed 4 chests in the last puzzle. Well, I mean, I just wanted to complete the level. You do get to play through these levels multiple times. We'll get the chests next time, maybe. There's not much we can do if that's the case. Shush with you. You haven't seen me wearing this after the adjustments, right? All I need from you is your expert opinion. Nexa Creamer says, I just got a Red Lobster ad. Fred Yee says, in your GitHub repository, what's the most complicated one? I mean, I can't even remember. I've solved too many challenges. I can't really remember anymore. But there's a lot of them. And to make sure nothing is bursting out or something, you can look now. So, how does it look? Why are you grinning like that? I hope you aren't trying to concoct anything funny, you wisecrack. It's beautiful, Your Highness. I didn't expect anything less. Freddy asks, I solved a lot of CTFs as well. Is it a good idea to put it on GitHub? Is it a good idea to put it on GitHub? Well, I mean, if you don't mind making the solutions public, then of course you can put it on GitHub. But what? I think it's missing something. Is something wrong? Isn't it to your liking? No, it's just... I've never seen you without this. Is it really okay for me to use it? I've been carrying it around for as long as I can remember. But I think you'll carry that pendant much longer than I ever did, Your Highness. You're late. My apologies. This place was harder to find than I thought. Why do you call me here, Lady Grey? This has to end. What are you talking about? You know very well what I mean. I can't continue on like this. How sudden of you. I'd never guessed your condition would sway like so. I've kept my promise so far, haven't I? I'll marry your little princess and make her my queen, so that she can finally attain her freedom. Isn't this what you wished for? Lily truly loves you. So what? Her emotions are meaningless. You've made it this far already. Her Highness will never be the wiser. After all, she's just a naive, spoiled brat. She might be an insufferable, childish little imp, but I once made a promise to protect her. That's all that matters to me. I thought you, of all people, would understand the importance of our responsibilities. I clearly misjudged you, Lady Grey. But don't get the wrong idea. It's too late to turn back now. In that case, I'll tell everything to Lily. You wouldn't. Surely you understand what would happen. So be it. Lily doesn't deserve this. I truly admired you. Ever since I saw you take care of those mercenaries, I knew you were most exceptional. Truly a waste. Unfortunately, my plans were set in motion long before you showed up, and I really don't have time for this. So if I can't have what I desire, you may as well die, Grey the Destroyer. Okay, that was kind of a dramatic end to the gameplay portion of today's stream. Aaron asks, how old is your channel? My channel? You mean my YouTube channel? My Twitch channel? They're both about 2 years old. But let's go on and get to the next topic. So we'll probably play more of this next week on Monday, and let's go ahead and quit out of this. All right. So next topic is going to be topic number 2. So topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. And topic 3 is on deck. Let's catch up with the chat messages. Did you public your portfolio? Yeah, I mean, everything on my GitHub repository should be public. Skyrim says, my plan is to get a help desk IT job at a healthcare system, then to transition to pen testing. Any guidance on getting the first IT job, certs, CTF certificates? I've done home labs and practice on my own. I mean, I give the same advice to anybody. The first thing you want to do if you want to get a technical job in cybersecurity is to make sure that all of your technical fundamentals are handled. So just check out the website over here, get into cyber, and yeah, give those links a try. Okay, and let's go ahead and start the next topic. So the next topic is what we're going to do is we're going to do some hacking challenge demonstrations over at OLIcyber.it. So OLIcyber.it is an Italian cybersecurity education website, but you can sign up for it as well. Don't let the fact that it's in Italian discourage you, because you've got wonderful translation abilities on all of your web browsers these days. So let's put on a little bit of music while we do these exercises. Just a second. How about this music? Okay, and so we're going to be doing some demonstrations. I'm going to be eventually putting them on my YouTube. So after you've logged into the website, it should be in Italian. What you can do is you can translate this. So how do you translate it? You go up into your web browser, you click on the button in the top corner, and most of the time there's going to be a selection that says translate page. So click on that, go from Italian to English or whatever language you want, Italian to English, and then press OK, and then everything's translated. No fuss, no fuss. Okay, RNS, what OS are you using for hacking? So we're using Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a pretty standard distribution of Linux for cybersecurity stuff and hacking. Let's turn down the volume a bit. Okay, that should be good. But yeah, if you want to learn how to get your own version of Kali Linux, oh, you know what? We need to start our timer. So 60 minutes for this. If you want to get your own version of Kali Linux via virtual machine, you don't necessarily need to install a new operating system. You just need to access it via, what is it called? Virtual machine. So Kali Linux, I've got a video on my YouTube over here if you want to check it out. But anyways, let's go ahead and get started with this. I need my presentation files for OLIcyber. Should be over here. So the first challenge we're going to be doing is called, which one is it? I think the first one we're going to do is, oh, Cookie Monster Army. So this is always good. Cookies are a very common topic. Actually, wait, this isn't the... yeah, sure, let's do Cookie Monster Army first. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started over here. Okay. RNS, have you tried Black Arch before? Now, I've never used any Arch Linux before, by the way. But Kali Linux is probably the easiest way to get into cybersecurity topics, because it's, well, you don't need to go through all the trouble of installing everything. Skyrun asks, any guidance on the portfolio that jobs like to see? How to create one? I mean, I'm not... Well, what I'd say is, more than building a portfolio, you need to start building some social networks. So social networks meaning... knowing people in your local cybersecurity scene. I can talk a little bit about that a little bit later. Let me go ahead and start up this challenge. So this is Cookie Monster Army over here. But yeah, just follow the links on the Get Into Cyber website. This one. It talks about getting in touch with your local cybersecurity scene. If you're interested in finding out where your local cybersecurity scene is, on the Reddit, we've got a thread right now. On the Reddit, we've got a thread right now talking about locating local cybersecurity meetups, and we're going to be talking about it on the Friday stream for the last topic. Okay, so let me translate this, and then we can get started. Let's see. Translate page, English to, no, Italian to English. Translate that. Okay, everybody, this is the Cookie Monster Army Challenge. This is going to be a guided walkthrough, and this is from the OLIcyber.it website as part of their Italian Cybersecurity Olympiad set of challenges. So the challenge description says, the monster cookie is tired of the world so bitter, but to win it, you need all the help you can get. So the translation is it's a bit off. This is from Italian. What we need to do is we need to access the website to check it out. So CMA over here. Okay. SysOS, hello, nice to see you here, man. What is up? Okay, Fred Yu says, are you using a VM for this demo? Yeah, so I'm using a Kali Linux VM as we speak. Okay, so we've got, we've got a web page. It lets us log in. It also lets us register a user. So let's talk about what's actually going on this challenge over here. So in this challenge, we are allowed to create our own user account. So we see a login page. Once we translate everything, we see that the second button over here, which is not translated by Google Translate for some reason, it's supposed to register a user. So what we can do is we can go into the application here, and we can register a user. So our username is going to be HackerFrogs, okay? And the password is going to be anything you want, okay? And then we can click on this button over here to register. That registers our user, and then we can log in as the user. So username is HackerFrogs, the password is this, and then click on login. So after we've done that, we see our login page. So what does this actually say? I don't know. Let's translate it. Italian to English. So it says, welcome back, HackerFrogs. Here's a cookie to keep you in strength for the battle. I don't know what the battle is in this case. So the application has told us that it gave us a cookie. So when you log in to any application, typically you're assigned a cookie that you use to keep your user session. So in your web browser, you can access that by clicking on the corner button here and then clicking on More Tools and then Web Developer Tools. So this is going to open up the Web Developer Tools. You can access your cookies from the Storage tab here. So there's a bunch of different tabs with the different Web Developer Tools. Click on Storage and then click on Cookies. There should be an entry for your website here. So we see here we've got one cookie with the name of session, and the name and the value of the cookie is this. So in a lot of cases, when you're developing a web application that gives out cookies, especially session cookies, you need to make sure that the session cookies are secure. So the session cookies shouldn't be something that you can be able to guess. So in this case, we've got, what do we have? Hold on. So our cookie is this. So if you take a look at this value for the cookie, you might notice that it might be using a very familiar type of encoding. And the encoding system over here is actually base 64. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Okay, @Vow says, I don't delete any of my cookies. Should I be? Would I lose my logins? So if you delete every cookie in your web browser, then you're going to lose all of your user sessions because your user sessions are being recorded by those cookies. Okay, SysOS says, I was doing some training and forgot the time. I'm glad that I could catch you on today. No worries, SysOS. Nice to see you here. So Deep says, it's 5 a.m. here. I'm watching you doing cool stuff. I hope I'm doing some cool stuff. Okay, and the battle for eating more cookies, of course. Nexo says, I'm guessing it means puzzle or something like hacking, challenge, or puzzle. Hint, it's also part of any request made to the website after it's been made as an alternative source. Yeah, so anytime you are assigned a cookie by a website, anytime you communicate with the same website after the cookie has been assigned, you're gonna be using those cookies. So the cookies in this case are not secure, and what we can do is we can grab the value of the cookie and then go over to a decoding website. So if we know that this cookie was encoded using base64, we could look up like base64 decode and find a easy web app here. So we can decode from base64 format, paste in our cookie, and then we decode the cookie. So we see that the cookie is actually has this information here. So it's got our date, and then what seems like a random number, and then the name of our user. So if we want to get access as the admin of this particular application, that's usually the case in most of these web app challenges. We want to get access as the admin user. What we can do is we can replace our username with the admin user's username, and then we can re-encode this cookie. And if the application is actually using this kind of really easy encoding method to to mask the content of the cookies, then that's really bad. So anyways, the new cookie value here, we're going to encode it. So we're going to encode instead of decode. So paste in the value here and then click on encode. Thank you very much, Lewis Jenner, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. And SysOS says random or the timestamp. I mean, there was a timestamp, but I'm not too sure what the extra... Oh, you know what? It might have been like a Unix timestamp. Yeah. Yeah, that does track. Okay, so we've encoded this cookie with the admin user's name into this right here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this, and then we're going to replace our cookie with this. We go back to the application. So we're still in the web developer tools here. So for session, the value, we're going to delete it, and then we're going to paste in the new value. Hit enter. In order to make the cookie take effect, we need to reload the page. So just click on reload, and then we get a message that says welcome admin, and then we get the flag. So flag, cookie army will conquer the world. All right, so this is essentially what this challenge teaches us, is that cookies need to be secure. You can't make cookies that can be decoded, especially not with common encoding methods like base64. Let's review before we finish the challenge. So Cookie Monster Army, this is insecure cookies. So after logging in, we're told that we've been given a cookie. If we take a look in our web browser, we see that we can retrieve the cookie value here. And it turns out that the cookie value has been encoded in base64 and includes the name of our user. So when you study cybersecurity, you're going to see a lot of base64 encoding. It's basically a shorthand for something that's information that's been transformed in order to hide it in some way. Of course, base64 encoding wasn't made to hide information. It was made to move information around. Okay, so what we can do is we can encode the admin user's name into the cookie and then get access as that user. So we swap out our username with admin, and then we re-encode the cookie into base64 format, like this. And if we supply this as our cookie value, it's going to let us finish the challenge and get our flag. All right, so to finish the challenge, you would grab the flag, then go back to the challenge page and paste in the cookie into the submission field. Of course, we've already finished this challenge, so we can't submit it again. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Cookie Monster Army Challenge from OLIcyber.it. If you enjoyed this challenge, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so So Arendo says, how do you easily solve these labs? Have you done these types of labs before? I want to solve it easily as you do in web security. So Arendos, I mean, I've seen maybe a dozen different CTF challenges that all feel kind of the same and, you know, deal with insecure cookies. So the more challenges you solve that have the same themes, the more easily you're going to be able to solve the next one. So what I would suggest if you want to get good at doing CTF challenges is solve CTF challenges. Don't worry if you need to look up the answers to solve a lot of challenges. Each time you look up the challenge, each time you look up the solution for the challenges, you need to learn from the experience. You need to understand what they're trying to teach. Okay, so SysOS says, I would use hashing unless you use stateless servers. So I mean, hashing is another good way to transform your cookies into a format that people can't really reverse, because hashing is not supposed to be reversible, of course. And let's see, Burner Email says, that Linux tutorial was W, helped me a lot. Took me a while to get on the stream. I was rizzing. Okay. Okay, Nexo asks, tell me a link to the things. So when you say the things, I'm not really sure what you're referring to. Arendo says, while solving, do I need to take notes? You definitely need to take notes while you're solving CTF challenges if you want to learn from them. So, I mean, I record everything, every challenge that I do on the stream, I try to record a walkthrough for it. So what you would want to do is you just want to, you know, make a little system for each one of the platforms that you're doing CTF challenges on. For example, if you're doing Pico CTF, I've got a folder for each one of the CTF challenges from Pico CTF. So 2022 for web hacking, and then you record everything you did to solve the challenge. So the most important thing you need to do when you're taking your notes is take note of any commands that you use with any tools. You definitely want to record the command syntax so that you can repeat the process again if you need to later. The links to the challenges. So, I mean, you mean OLIcyber? OLIcyber is here. Bernie ML says, last time I took notes on anything was 24 years ago. 24 years ago? 24 years ago, it sounds like a long time. But if you don't record what you do in these challenges, you're gonna regret it a lot. It basically means you have to reteach yourself like every time you forget how to do this thing or that thing. Okay, so the next challenge we're gonna do is we're gonna do the Rickroller challenge. Let me go ahead and get that. Where is it? Rickroller, Rick R. Sometimes I feel like I can't read. Where is the Rickroller? Uncle Frank confused me. TIMP. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Sometimes it's hard to see. Okay, everybody, if you want to take a look at this challenge yourself, Arendo says, do you reread them? Do I reread them? Yeah, I do. I refer back to my notes every time I come across a challenge that's similar. So if I'm using like a similar tool or I'm come across like a similar concept for a challenge that I'm working on, I'll look back at notes for other challenges. Okay, translate the page from Italian to English. Translate. Okay. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and start. So Burner Email says, I installed the Kali VM on Arch. You installed the Kali VM on Arch. That sounds like you were doing more work than you needed to. But of course, if that's what you enjoy, that's what you enjoy. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Rickroller Challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their Italian Olympiad of Cybersecurity set of challenges. So what does the description say? So they sent me this link, but I am constantly redirected to a strange video. Can you tell me why? So they got the website over here. And we can access this in another tab. So put this in a new tab. We've got our Rickroller website. And while it's in Italian, let's translate this. Translate. Okay, Rickroller, ready to get a flag? Press this button. Okay, so press the button. I guess I'll put this in a new tab. And what does this do? This redirects us to, well, first an ad, and then over to the Rickroll video. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up, official video. So this is not the flag. This is not the goal of the challenge. So what are we supposed to do here? So what we can do on this website is we can take a look at what website we're actually being redirected to. If we right click and then go to view page source. Okay, in view page source you can see what's happening in the web page code. And what it's doing when you press the button is that it redirects you to this endpoint over here, get_flag.php. Okay, Arondos asks, how is your nonprofit project going? It's going. It's a bit slow going, but we're slowly building ourselves up, and hopefully we can start up some programs by the end of the year. But we'll see. It's only February 1 right now. Okay, so getflag.php. What we can do is we can just get the entire what is it called? URL by right-clicking, and then we can copy link. So we can copy that link. What we can do is we can take a look at the request inside of a terminal. So we got our terminal over here. We'll use the curl command to take a look at what's actually happening when we try to visit this website. So curl v is going to give us some verbose output. And we see what happens when we make our web request is that when we try to access this page, it responds with a 302 found. So 302 means that it's going to redirect our request. So inside of the headers over here, it actually tells you where you're going to be redirected to, and it's going to redirect you to the YouTube page over here for the Rickroll video. Nasty, a 302 with a body. So usually this is not the case, but the rest of the request actually gives you the flag. So the flag is Rick Astley classic meme. So normally you wouldn't be able to see the contents over here for this web page because your web browser is going to redirect you to the Rickroll video. But if you take a look at the request with another tool such as curl, you can see what's actually going on with the request. So let's review this challenge and then we will finish up. Just a second. OLIcyber, web app, Rickroller. Okay, let's answer some questions. So Arondos asks, what programming languages do you know? And what do you think algorithms are important for cybersecurity? Let's see, it should be in the network tab too if you preserve the logs. I think let's go ahead and try. We'll try taking a look in the web browser. So in the web browser, it's not this one, it's this one. Okay, we'll activate the web developer tools and go to network, and then we'll reload the page. So after we reload the page, we see that these pages are, well, these resources are loaded up. And if you click on the button, we see that we've been redirected. So, I mean, yeah, luckily the page doesn't really load up. But if we locate, where are the resources? So it should be a GET request to a GET request to the PHP website. The flag, get flag. I don't see it in the list though. I thought it would be here. Oh, no, it is here. Okay. So getFlag.php, click on it. And then we can take a look at the response. So click on response. And oh, the response isn't here. So headers, request. Yeah, we don't see it. Maybe because we're not keeping our logs. The sprocket has the option to preserve logs. I guess I asked a relevant question. I'm sorry. The question was, what programming languages do you know, and do you think algorithms are important for cybersecurity? I mean, I definitely think that algorithms are important for cybersecurity because the algorithms are going to pick up on malicious traffic or stuff that's not stuff that is happening in the system that is unusual. And what programming languages do I know? I know Python the best, but I'm currently trying to learn C, Java, and JavaScript to better understand different parts of cybersecurity. But yeah, thank you very much, Aaron Dose, for asking that question. All right, so we might be able to preserve our logs. Let's take a look. So persist logs, select that. Cool. Okay, so we'll try that one more time. So we'll go back to the original web page, and then we'll reload everything. So let's see, clear. Okay, and then click on this thing. Okay, we'll go back up to the top. So getFlag.php. We'll take a look at the response. I don't see the stuff here. I must be doing something wrong. Mr. Moist, hello, nice to see you here. The best programming languages are, well, I mean, there's no best programming language. It used to record it odd. I mean, it's okay. We've got other tools that we can use to do the same thing. All right, let's talk about this. So this challenge has a button which redirects us to a familiar troll link, which is the Rickroll video. If we take a look at the source code for the page, we see the button that takes us to a web page called getFlag.php. So if we access this page with curl, we see that it redirects us to a Rickroll YouTube page, but it also includes the flag. So what this challenge is supposed to teach us is that there can be information inside of the redirects that you need to pay attention to. So how do we finish up? We go over to our request here, grab that flag, copy it, then go over to the challenge page here. You'd normally be able to paste your flag into a submission field, but we've finished this one already, so we can't. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Rickroller Challenge over at OLIcyber.it as part of their Italian Olympiad of Cybersecurity set of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. SysOS says, I can read the flag from the screenshot. Yeah, he can read the flag from the screenshot. I wish my blur tool was a little bit better. Okay, so Alethora says, I think that the libraries are best in Python. I mean, Python is a very, very handy language to use because there are so many modules that you can use for just about anything these days. So SysOS says the best programming language is the one that solves the problem that you're writing a program for. Too true. Bernie ML says the redirects be looking like the something and something. So good, best, something. Okay. Thank you very much for following Hex Psycho. Hex Psycho? Is that how you pronounce it? Thank you very much for following on Twitch. All right, let's move on to the last challenge for the day. And the last challenge is going to be... Which challenge is it? Let me look it up real quick. So the last challenge we're demoing today is going to be for... Make-A-Wish? Make-A-Wish. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's. So this one is more programming oriented. So if you're a person who knows programming logic, you might have some fun over here. Okay. Let's bring up the challenge. So it's called Make-A-Wish. Is this in alpha? It's not in alphabetical order. That's what was throwing me off. I was looking for. I was looking for this stuff in alphabetical order. Okay. This is the website. Alright, let me start off my my YouTube video. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Make-A-Wish challenge from OLIcyber.it as part of their Italian Cybersecurity Olympiad set of challenges. So we haven't translated the page. Let me go ahead and translate that page from Italian to English, and then we can proceed. Does Control F work? I'm not too sure. Well, Control F is search. I mean, I was trying to... Oh, you know what? No, you're right. You're right. Aaron does. You're right. If I was looking for the challenge, I should have just done the Control F. Okay, so what does the description of the challenge say? So I created the perfect blacklist. No one can bypass it. I used a regex that filters literally everything, or literally anything. I'm sure my code is perfect. Look, okay, and they've got some PHP code for what's actually going on the web page when we access it. So it says you'll never get the flag printed. We've got the website in question over here. But before we take a look at the website, what we should really do is we should examine the code. So anytime you do a challenge and it gives you some application code to look at, we should really pay attention to the application code first. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this in our text editor. Here, maybe? Okay. So what's going on? So this is PHP. So PHP is it's kind of an infamous programming language, especially for security researchers, because there's so many weird little quirks with PHP. It's kind of a very popular target for security flaws. So what's going on? So if is set get richiesta. So richiesta is the word request in Italian. So it's looking for a URL parameter called request. So if pregmatch. So pregmatch is this is the major component of the challenge here. So the pregmatch function in PHP is going to look for a certain regex pattern, and if it finds the pattern in the string that it gives to you, then it'll return true. If it detects this pattern here, and this pattern means basically any characters in a string, even 0 characters, any number of characters, it'll match, which means this matches on everything. So if it matches, it echoes out the message, no flag for you or something. Let me translate this message. Because you know what? I need to learn more Italian. Translate.google.com. Burner email says, we should send us your browser cookies. I don't think I should. SysOS says, it's also a very popular language to use for web pages, making it a prime target. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so it says, no, I'm sorry, I can't do this. So it basically says that you don't get the flag. If we go back to the code here, if it matches, and, well, basically it matches on everything. It says, don't get the flag. If it doesn't match correctly, then it'll echo out the flag for you, and then you can solve the challenge. So let's go ahead and go to the challenge and see what this looks like in action. So we got some Aladdin looking stuff over here. So translate the page from Italian English. So make a wish, make your request. So we send the request, test, send, and it says no provos qualtros altro. Huh. What does this mean? Just a second. No, try something else. Okay, so we don't get our result here. So what's actually going on in this code? And how can we get it to return false? Let's go back. So over here, we need to find some way to feed information to the application to get it to return false. Otherwise, we won't be able to get the flag. Okay, Deep says, to understand the code base, we need to know that language, right? And many platforms switching their code to Go and Rust, so that can be important. Those could be important languages. I mean, to understand an application fully, you need to be able to understand the language that it's written in. So if the language is written in Java, then you need to know Java. If it's written in Node.js, you need to know JavaScript, etc., etc. As far as which languages are popular for web development these days, I'm not exactly sure, but you just need to follow the languages. Okay, Skyrim Brook says, PHP packages found in user lib directory in Kali. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. No one. No one. Thank you very much for the subscription. SysOS says it all boils down to assembly anyways. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah. Okay, so how do we break this? So the way we break this is to do research on this particular function. So the function is preg_match instead of PHP. There is a way to get this to error out. Let's talk about it. So this challenge explicitly tells us that the code is running on the web page. Well, that this code is running on the web page. So here, if the URL parameter richiesta request is provided, then it checks for the match in the request value. So if there's a match, we don't get the flag, but if there's no match, we get the flag. So basically, if there's a match true, then we don't get the flag. If there isn't, then we do get the flag. Okay, DieDev says, I guess the version of PHP is relevant here. You know, that's what I thought at first as well, but it turns out that the version of PHP isn't the problem. The problem is the ability to send non-strings to this function. Let's talk about it. So the problem is that this function matches on any string given to it. So normally we can't get the flag no matter what. So the regex pattern here it's perfect. It matches, if you give it a string, it'll match on every string. So it matches any string including empty strings. So the trick here is to understand the PHP preg_match function that is being used to match a denier flag from being output. So when you give information to the preg_match function, the first thing that we give is a string pattern. The second one is the string subject. So if you give it a string, it'll match. But what if you don't give it a string? So SysOS says, oh wait, Arendo says, do you have a favorite film? I really can't think of a favorite film. It's tough. So SysOS says, slightly preg_match is notorious for bad implementations. The code was an example of a bad implementation. SysOS says, I would send it a 0 and see it freak out. So, good evening. Hello, Sick in the Mind. Nice to see you here. Arendo says, are these PDFs from a website or do you make them myself? I make them myself. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Netshell Programming. Thank you. So, I'm pretty sure that anything we send to the application is going to be turned into a string. But let me give it a try. So back over here, we're going to give it a 0. And it says, yeah, it doesn't give us the string. So what we actually want to do is we want to do array injection. So according to the official documentations, preg_match requires the subject, the thing that is being compared, to be a string. But if we give it a non-string data type, so such as an array, then the PHP engine will throw an error, but the error will count as the match returning false. So if we've got our PHP, I think I've got it over in this website right here. Okay, so if we've got our PHP code, get rid of this. So PHP array equals array foo bar, and then we run the preg match function with the same regex pattern on the array, and we need to record the match, whether or not it's a 0 or a 1, which is a true or false. If we run this code, it'll give us an error. So fatal error, uncaught type error, preg match, argument to subject must be of type string, array given, etc., etc. So we can do the same thing inside of the application. So back at the application, richiesta is actually in the URL parameter here. So all we need to do is we need to set richiesta as an array by giving the square brackets here. So it's going to look like, the payload is going to look like this. So this is the actual payload here. So richiesta array equals 0. So we're not giving it a string, we're giving it an array, which means that the preg match function is going to error out and return false. Okay, Hexpsycho says richiesta 0 or richiesta 1, the values don't matter. It's because the error is thrown. So if the error is thrown, then the preg match function returns false. Not the character 0, a 0. I mean, can we give it a literal 0? If we're doing it through the URL parameter here, it's going to be treated as a string, isn't it? But yeah, if we inject the array, then we can get the flag. Okay, so we get the exact message. So preg match expects parameter 2 to be a string, array given in whatever this PHP file on line 40 something, 41, and we get the flag. So before we finish out, let's review what we did here. SysOS says possible depends on the type coercion, something like hex 000 woot would probably work. An array also works. I think the yeah, I mean, if we were able to feed it a literal 0, then actually let me go back in here. So preg match, if we change array 0 or array 1, we'll just change it over to the number 0. It should be able to do the same thing, right? Okay, and then we can run that. It doesn't print out anything, of course. So let's try echoing out. So echo, if we echo it out, then, oh, we need to put it between these brackets. If we echo it out, then we might be able to see the false. Or it should be able to come back as 0. It came back true. Huh. It didn't it interpreted the 0 as a string. You need to force it to be an int. Okay, so array, do you do it like this? Okay, okay. Well, I mean, maybe this isn't the function. Hold on. I need to know that this is an actual, like, typecasting, undefined function. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we do typecasting in PHP? PHP typecasting integer. /0 is the literal 0. Oh, okay. Let's go back. We'll try it out. Run it again. Unexpected token. Do we need to put this between quotes? This comes back int val. Okay, let's try int val then. If that's the typecasting function. Still comes back true. But let me finish out the walkthrough. Okay, so how do we finish out the challenge? So to finish out the challenge, what we would do is go back to the website and copy the flag. Copy the flag, then go back to the challenge page here. Normally, if you haven't solved the challenge, there's going to be a a flag submission field over here, but we've already finished this challenge already, so there is not. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Make-A-Wish challenge from the OLIcyber.it website as part of their Italian cybersecurity Olympiad set of challenges. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, Hex Psycho says, PHP doesn't deal with null terminators. I mean, how would we... Well, I mean, we've got a few more minutes to take a look at this. How would we literally insert 0 here? So the typecasting is the int operator, its alias integer, or the int val function. So int should work. Int val should also work. This came back as a true match. So the So how do we literally feed this 0 then? Maybe typecast it in pregmatch? Yeah, maybe. Okay, so int val array 1 like this. It still comes back true. Sick in the Mind says array 1 equals 0 automatically becomes an integer. But you know, the funny thing is that we need to feed it a string. So I'm not sure why feeding it an integer works and it doesn't return an error, but giving it an actual array causes it to error out. We're dealing with PHP 8.0 or 8.2, 8.2.20. But I mean, if we feed it an array, then it does error out. What did that thing look like again? So array foobar, array foobar. Let's go back. Is that what it's like? Foo to bar. Just want to make sure that this is what the... Oh, we need to put this between some quotes. Okay, and then we do it now, then it errors out. No, it still returns 1. Hold on. Oh, that's because I typecasted it. Let's not typecast it. Then we get the same error. So preg match argument 2 subject must be of type string, array given. Oh yeah, 1 okay. So Fred Yee says array 1 int val 0 preg match. Okay, let me try your code, Freddy. Copy this, paste in the code. Not not super pretty, but let's see if it runs. So this comes back false. Okay, so what do we do here? So PHP doesn't care about white space. So what does the code look like? So array1 equals int val0. Int val0, so this is false. Preg match on everything. I mean, this isn't the same pattern though. This isn't the same regex pattern. We need to use the same regex pattern as in the challenge. So the regex pattern they're using is this one. So let's sub this out. So if we use this regex pattern, well, I mean, it's returning false now. Let's see if it returns false once we sub out the regex. So now it returns true. So I mean, I'm not I'm not like a hardcore programmer. I don't do a lot of programming with PHP, especially. So to the people who are a little bit more knowledgeable about coding, how do we get anything that's not an array to error out with this regex pattern? So I'm pretty sure they did it like this on purpose, so that we were forced to use an array to error out the function to get the flag. But I don't know. Everybody, if well, I mean, if you want to take a look at this challenge, I can give you a little link as well. Where is it? Make-A-Wish PDF. Oh, did I not make a Make-A-Wish markdown file? No, it's here. Oh, it's not the same. Yeah. SysOS says this is PHP jank. Just put declare strict types equals 1 on line 2. Sure, let me give it a try. Okay, give it a shot. I incorrectly mistook this. The concept for this challenge as PHP type juggling. This is not PHP type juggling. This is it's called like array injection. That's the name of the vulnerability. Okay, let's go back. So line 2, declare strict types equals 1. We'll see if it works now. Yeah, it does. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much, SysOS. That worked. Okay, Skyrim says, how would you secure the web page now that you've discovered the vulnerability? The way you would secure this web page now that you know about this vulnerability is to make sure that to do a check to see if the user input is actually a string. So you would do something like if user input is not string, then error out before getting to the preg match over here. Try catch, yeah, okay. So this is how you normally harden PHP on servers. Sick in the Mind says, the issue is that your regex is trying to match a string, and it's been given an array. Ad break? Yeah, there's an ad break going on right now. So let's go ahead and put on the birds. All right, here are some birds. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. But in the meantime, enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Okay, if anybody's wondering what kind of birds these are my favorite bird. So these are Stellar's jays. Let me educate everybody about the wonderful Stellar's jay. Stellar's jay. So these are the West Coast blue jay. So on the East Coast, you'll see the familiar blue jay. But on the West Coast, you see these guys, Stellar's jays. What are they eating? They're eating peanuts. So I've got a bird feeder in the backyard where I've got my security camera, and I record the birds flying around and eating peanuts and seeds and stuff. Anyways, let's start into the next topic. So the next topic is going to be HackerFrogs AfterSchool. This is for absolute beginners to help get into cybersecurity or other tech topics. So topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on the oh gosh, what did I call it again? Coming up. Anyways. So let me set up for HackerFrogs AfterSchool. Let me get rid of some of these windows. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool is a little program that I created to help people get into cybersecurity. It covers very, very basic skills that you would need to understand to get into the field. And let's see. So we're going to be covering Linux session 0 and session 1. So session 0 is this one. Session 1 is this one. And let me get my session notes. Don't forget to set your clock. Thank you. Fred says, do they fly? They certainly do fly. I'm not. Are they my pets? And these are not my pets. The birds are not my pets. They're just neighborhood birds. I would never want to keep birds as a pet. Birds should be free and flying out in the wild. Okay, Linux session 1. So if you're looking for all of the links for the challenges that we're going to be talking about today to learn about Linux, here's the GitHub over here. Okay, don't forget to set your clock. So I'm going to set my clock for 60 minutes. It shouldn't... Well, if these challenges don't take 60 minutes, we'll do some extra challenges to try to pad out the time. Okay. All right, everybody, let's start. Okay, everybody, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Linux Operations Intro. So this is the intro to our Linux OS Operations course over here. And welcome to HackerFrogs AfterSchool. HackerFrogs AfterSchool is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. This is the intro to Linux OS Operations. What is Linux? Well, I mean, you're probably not working on a Linux device if you're learning about Linux OS operations. But like Windows and Mac OS, Linux is a computer operating system, otherwise known as an OS. However, unlike Windows and Mac OS, Linux is free and open source, which means that source code can be viewed and potentially modified by anybody. So Linux is a modular OS, which means that software components can be very easily added, updated, or removed to fit the user's needs. Yeah, I mean, sometimes people use Linux is a kernel, by the way. Thank you very much for letting me know about that, xbellum. Thank you. So this has led to the development of different distributions, that is, variations of Linux, that cater to different groups of users. So inside of Linux, you'll often hear people talking about distros. Distros are distributions, which are different flavors of Linux. So specifically, cybersecurity-oriented distributions of Linux exist, which are ideal for cybersecurity student use. So the two distributions that we're illustrating here are Kali Linux and Parrot OS, which are both very popular distributions for learning about cybersecurity and doing cybersecurity. Okay, so Skyrim says Linux is named after the founder Linus Torvald. Yeah, he's our favorite Finnish person. And let's see, now it is maintained by open source by the community. Thank you. AKC says a great way to learn how to code. Check out devdocs.io. It's a cool website. Thank you very much for the link. Alathora says I have to sleep. Bye everybody. Keep it going. Okay, let's continue. So why learn Linux for cybersecurity? So people say, why do I, if I want to learn cybersecurity, why can't I just use Windows or why can't I just use Mac OS? There are a number of reasons why we learn Linux when we learn about cybersecurity. The first reason is Linux is easily accessible to students since it's free, and that's not the case for other OSs. The second reason is many cybersecurity tools and software are available for Linux users and to the Linux operating system, most of which are free. And among the paid tools that they use for cybersecurity, many of those have free versions. And the third reason is cybersecurity-oriented distribution of Linux are readily available. So those are the aforementioned Kali Linux OS and the Parrot OS. Hello Worlds says, what about AI machine learning? I mean, I'm not too sure what AI machine learning, how it's relevant to the current conversation. Are you talking about using Linux for AI machine learning or something else? Okay. So what are CTFs? So HackerFrogs AfterSchool classes prefer to incorporate CTF games into classes for a more interactive experience. But what are CTFs? So people who are getting into cybersecurity, they hear about these CTFs all the time. What are these things? So cybersecurity capture the flag, that is CTF games, are training exercises where the goal of the exercise is to capture the flag through use of cybersecurity skills. In this context, capture means to gain access to a file or other resource, and flag refers to a secret phrase or password. Okay, so let's see. SysOS says Linux is also the most used server OS, so you'll encounter it anyway. It's pretty much impossible to avoid Linux if you're working in the tech space for long enough. Randolph Stokes says, I feel like learning Linux is helpful because it forces users to learn more about the underlying commands and how they work. I agree. PicoCTF. So the CTF game we'll be playing to learn basic Linux skills is called PicoCTF. It's a well-known education platform with challenges across many different cybersecurity disciplines. In order to participate in PicoCTF challenges, we need to have a registered account on the website, so we can sign up at the following link. So it's going to be play.picoctf.org/register. So let me go ahead and get that link. Can we just click on it? Apparently we can. Okay, so SysOS says no XKCD53H shenanigans. Skyrimbook says learning Windows seems harder compared to Linux. Linux is... I have a lot of fun in, using Linux every day. Windows, I've been using Windows for as long as I can remember, but I have a lot of fun interacting with Linux. Okay, so this is, we're already logged in, so we don't need to bother with this. But yeah. Well, what else were we doing? We're here. Where's my presentation? Just a second, everybody. I need to locate my window again. Where'd I put it? Here. Oh, I closed it. Okay. Just a second, I need to reopen the window again. Where were we? Here. Okay, what's next? So in the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Linux OS workshop, which is this one actually, we're going to start learning Linux commands with PicoCTF. So let's go ahead and take a look at that over here. Okay, Freddy says Windows is quite complex if diving deep into the kernel. Hello World says, sorry, my question is, do you advise me to study cybersecurity or AI machine learning as an IT specialty? And if cybersecurity is a choice, where should I start? I mean, I can't tell you what to learn, whether or not you should be learning cybersecurity or AI machine learning. I'd say do whatever makes you happiest and whatever interests you the most. If it's AI machine learning, then learn that. If it's cybersecurity, then learn that. Just come to a conclusion and choose the one that makes you the happiest. I can't make your decision for you. I would say that if you're not passionate about cybersecurity, don't learn cybersecurity. If you're looking just to make money, don't go into cybersecurity because it's not the way to go. SysOS says Windows is no more or less complex than Linux. It's just with Linux you have access to the source code directly. And let's see, Randolph says Windows has a good bit of bloat, but it's harder. It's also harder because it hides a lot from the user. It does hide quite a bit from the user. Okay. All right, let's get into this. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool, Linux Session 1, Basic Navigation. Let's begin. So this is the first workshop for Linux, for Intro Linux OS Operations. Let us begin. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to access a Linux terminal. The first thing we need to do is open our command line terminal, or command line interface, our CLI, and after logging into pwctf, we can access the web shell. So the first thing we need to do to start our lesson is to go into pwctf and log in. So if you're not logged in yet, log in, and then what we need to do is we need to go to the practice tab in the pwctf website. So click on practice, and what you're going to see is you're going to see a button on the right hand side of the screen that's labeled web shell. This is going to give us access to the web-based Linux machine. Okay, so when we click on that button, the pwctf web shell is going to open up. Of course, we don't want to interact with the web shell in this tiny window. What we can do is we can click on this button right here that's labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal, and that's going to put the Linux terminal in full screen in your browser. So click on that, and then you're going to see that the terminal is full-sized in your browser window. This is exactly what we want. Okay, so let's go back. So click on the web shell button. The button is found on the practice web page, and it's located at the upper right corner of the web page. If we can't see it, we should scroll down until it appears. So sometimes on the pwctf web page, sometimes the web shell button is obscured. If we scroll down, then it'll become visible. Let's make this a little smaller. Okay. So after opening the web shell, we should click on the Pop-Out Web Shell Terminal button outlined in the image above. So if you click on the web shell button, the window that appears is kind of small. So just click on this button over here that pops out the web shell terminal into full screen. Or, sorry, separate tab. Okay, AKC says, I love Linux. I switched to it after a whole airport outage. I went from Ubuntu to Fedora, then NixOS. I don't like all the bloat on it that, so which version, are you talking about Windows? Or are you talking about the other versions of Linux that have the bloat? I hear a lot of people complaining about Ubuntu these days. Okay, Freddy says, try Linux distribution, pretty good, definitely. I don't, I think I'd learn a lot if I were to try doing a Arch Linux install. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to learn how to connect to other servers using the SSH program inside of the pwctf web shell. So let's first learn about how to connect to a remote server using SSH. So SSH is a program that lets us log into other remote servers, which is computers on another network. So we're going to solve a challenge, and the challenge we're going to solve first is called the Super SSH challenge. After logging into pwctf and opening the web shell, and putting it into separate browser tab, navigate to the following webpage to access the Super SSH challenge. So let me go ahead and get that link. Oh, you know what? It's going to be over here. Where's my link? Here it is. Okay, so the Super SSH challenge, let me get that. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to paste in the Super SSH challenge link. And let's take a look at the challenge. So in each one of these pwctf challenges, there's going to be a challenge description over here. And the name of the challenge is called Super SSH. They've got a description, and inside of the description, it's going to tell you what you need to do to solve the challenge. So the description here says, using a secure shell, SSH, is going to be pretty important. Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So what we need to do is, well, okay. Before I talk about what to do, let's talk about the different parts of the challenge window here. So there's the description over here, and there's the flag submission field over here. So the goal of each one of these challenges is to get a flag and to put the flag in this field and then click on Submit Flag to finish the challenge. But before we can do that, we need to launch our challenge instance, which we can do with this blue button over here. Okay, AKC says, I meant all the Windows 11 bloat that Windows has. Yeah, Windows 11 has a lot of... It's a lot. It is a lot. SysOS says, SSH Secure Shell is a de facto standard of how to manage servers in a secure, encrypted way. Yeah, SSH it's a pretty standard way of logging into remote servers. Okay, Randolph says, not using SSH to manage servers necessarily in the Windows environments, you use RDP. I mean, I kind of wish that Windows used more SSH, but I mean, we're not really talking about that right now. Anyways, click on Launch Instance, and you're going to see after a few seconds, the description of the challenge is going to change. So it says, using Secure Shell is going to be pretty important. Can you SSH as CTF player to titan.pwctf.net at port this one over here to get the flag? So you also need a password. If asked, accept the fingerprint with yes. So this is a lot of information all at once. What we're going to do is we're just going to grab all this information here, right? So if we grab all the information here, we're going to put it in a window and start talking about what this information actually is. Okay, so we're given this info, and we're also given a password. Let me grab that password. It's over here. So we're asked to use the SSH program. So the SSH program is used to log into another computer. So we type in SSH, and then we need to give the name of a user. So the user we've been given in this challenge is CTF player. So the next part of the command that we're going to use is CTF player. So that's the name of the user, and we need to use the @ symbol here to indicate which server we want to access. We want to access titan.pwctf.net. So what we're doing is we're building a Linux command. Okay, SSH pwctf, SSH CTF player at titan.pwctf.net, and we need to specify a port. Inside of SSH, we specify the port using -p. And then we give a space, and then we give the port number, which is this one right here. Okay? So after we've done all this, this is the command we want to give to on the Linux terminal command line. Afterwards, we're going to give the password, but first we need to grab something like this. If you want to follow along you definitely need to use your own port number, because the port number is it's randomly assigned each time we start up the challenge instance. Okay, SysOS says, easy way to remember the command is SSH flags user at machine. Yeah, that's definitely one way to do it. So let's go back to our web terminal, our web shell. So inside of the web shell, you might see that the web shell has disconnected. If it's disconnected, then hit the enter key to reconnect your shell. Okay, so let me paste in the command. So the command we give is this one. SSH CTF player. So what this is doing is it's getting the SSH program to try to log us in as a CTF player user at this server right here, titan.picoctf.net on port 54701. After you give the command, it's going to ask us if you want to continue connecting. The answer we need to give here is yes. So type in yes, hit enter. Remember that when you're working on Linux inside of the terminal, each one of your commands, you need to confirm it, or you need to execute it by hitting the enter key on your keyboard. Okay? And then it's going to ask us for the password. So if we go back to the challenge, we can see that we're given a password right here. We can highlight it and then right click to copy it. So this is the most reliable method of remembering passwords. You copy and paste. So copy it, go back to your web shell. In the web shell, right click, select paste. When you paste it, you're not going to see anything appear on the screen. This is normal for Linux. When you're typing in your password, you don't see anything appear on the screen. Just paste it in and hit the enter key. Okay? And when you give the command, it gives you the flag for the challenge. It says, welcome CTF player, here's your flag, and you've got your picoctf flag. So the flag inside of a picoctf challenge, it always has the same format. Let's talk about this a little bit. So picoctf flag format, it always looks like this. It's going to have a prefix. So in this case, it's always going to say picoctf, and then it's always going to have some information between these curly brackets. So the stuff that's inside the curly brackets, this is the actual contents of the flag. Flag contents. This is how you identify flags in the picoctf platform. So we're not actually submitting this, we're submitting, what is it? We're submitting this. So grab this and copy it, right click, copy, then go over to the picoctf challenge. Down at the bottom here is the flag submission field. Paste in the flag. You can paste it in with the Control V, or you can right click and select paste, and then click on submit flag. That is going to complete the challenge. Okay, and that's it. Benya Minza Burry, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's catch up with chat. Okay, Sky Renbrook says, what other port numbers can we use? So, yeah, the server offers up different services on ports if they're open. Usually when you use SSH, it's going to be on port 22, but you can serve SSH on any port number. It's just that port number 22 is the standard port. Thanto says, I built a terminal-based YouTube browser downloader, free of ads and bloated JavaScript. Because there doesn't seem to be one, it was not easy. It works very well, even on my 2 cores and 4 gigabytes of RAM system. Hey, that's awesome, Thanto. VixDLL says, can you do me a favor? I just want to check my... I just want you to check out my platform. Maybe in about 30 7 minutes or so. I'm kind of running class right now. Okay, so Ogrecon says, that was the easiest CT I've ever seen. Well, I mean, it's not meant to be hard. It's what we're doing is we're trying to teach people like really easy stuff right now. Let's go back. Oh, where'd I put it? Okay. So SSH secure shell. To use SSH, we need to get a username and server information. And so after we click on the blue Start Instance button, we're given information that we can use to log into the remote server using SSH. So we're given a username, CTFplayer, a server name, titan.pcotf.net, a port number to connect to, and then a password. So we're given all this information. We need to combine all this information to log in. So we can combine the information to form a command using SSH like this. So SSH ctfplayer at titan.pcotf.net -p and then the port number. So this is SSH. This is a command itself. We need to give the user account on the server URL, and the port number. So after hitting enter to execute the command, it's going to ask us if we want to continue connecting. We type yes, and then we hit enter. Then the system will prompt us for a password. We go back to the challenge webpage and copy the password, then go back to the web shell and then paste in the password and hit enter to log in. So remember that when we give passwords on Linux, you never see anything appear on the screen as you're typing it in. This is normal when you're typing in the password into Linux. Just paste in the password, hit enter. Okay, the goal of the challenge was to log in using SSH. So when we log in, we're given the flag for the challenge. To finish the challenge, we need to copy the flag from the web shell, then go back to the challenge page and paste the flag into the flag submission field. Click on the blue Submit Flag button, and let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge that we're going to use to learn about Linux is called Obedient Cat. So in our next challenge, it's going to help us understand downloading and reading files in the Linux terminal. So we're going to access the Obedient Cat challenge at the following link. Let me get that link. So everybody, if you want to follow along, you can certainly try solving these challenges on your own. Okay, Benya Saburi, hello, nice to see you here. I mean, unfortunately, we don't talk about anything political here. You're welcome to talk about your country, but we try to stay away from politics. Okay, so let's go ahead and access this challenge. So this next challenge is called Obedient Cat. So it says, in the description here, it says, this file has a flag in plain sight, also known as in the clear. They've also got a link for the flag file over here. And before we start, let's talk a little bit about setting up an environment. So it says chatting in two chats is so OP. Is it though? All right, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break. So we're going to come back after about a minute. And in the meantime, you can check out these birds. These are some of my favorite birds. These are northern flicker woodpeckers. We'll be back in about 60 seconds after I have a little bit of water. Enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Hello, Benjamin. Nice to see you here. Python says, peanuts for the birds. Yeah, these are... well, I mean, the birds come around because there are peanuts here. Birds don't come to your backyard unless they've got something to do. And in this case, if you got something for the birds to eat, they'll come around. So just in case anybody was wondering, this is the northern flicker woodpecker. It's another one of my favorites. So northern flicker woodpecker. And these guys look like this. They're gorgeous. They're gorgeous birds. Especially the the males have this mustache over here. So it's either going to be a red mustache or it's going to be a black mustache. So here it's red, here it's black. Do they eat worms? I'm sure they'll eat a worm if you give them a worm. I don't have any worms to feed them though. Okay, let's go back. So what were we talking about? We were talking about setting up an environment. So setting up a challenge environment. So generally what we want to do inside of our Linux environments is we want to set up a directory to work in for each one of our challenges. So this is going to keep our challenge files separate and it's going to keep our file system nice and organized. So we'll go back to our web shell. So in the web shell, let me get rid of some of these files first. Okay, awesome. Clip says, let's see, we call them platook birds. Platook? Is that the word bird in your language? Sorry, let me put on some music so that we can keep on going. I like to have a little bit of background music while I teach. How about this? Okay, so what we want to do, and everybody, if you want to make the text in your terminal larger or smaller inside of the picoctf web shell, you can increase the size of the text by doing Control-Shift+ on your keyboard, and you can make it smaller by doing Control- on your keyboard. I'm not too sure what the keyboard shortcuts are on Mac, but for Windows it's Control-Shift+ and Control-. You can also go over to your browser and you can increase the zoom or decrease the zoom by clicking on the button. Just make sure that it's nice and comfortable for you. Can this run in Termux? It should be able to run in Termux. I haven't really tested it in Termux before. Can you use your own terminal? You can certainly use your own terminal if you're comfortable using your own terminal, of course. Okay. So inside the terminal here, we want to set up a directory to work inside of. So we're going to use the mkdir command. So this makes a directory. We give a space and then the name of the challenge we want to make the directory for. So in this case, it's going to be called obedient cat. So let's make this directory. So just give this command, and then afterwards, we can take a look at what's in the directory with the ls command. So the ls command is going to let us know what's in the current directory, and in the current directory is another directory called obedient cat. So the way we can enter this directory is using another command called the cd command. So cd is a command that lets you enter a directory. It stands for change directory, cd. So we give the cd command space and then the name of the directory we want to enter. So obedient cat, like this. Okay, so now we're inside of the obedient cat directory. If you ever want to know what the name of the directory you're in Linux, you can give the pwd command, and that's going to give you your directory path. So in our case, it's /home/the picoctf/obedient cat. So your web shell is going to have your own username and then -picoctf, not mine. Skyrim says, how did you create a directory that already exists? Our directory is always bolded. It really depends on the terminal environment, but in this case, the directories are in blue. that's how you can tell the difference in this terminal. So not all the terminals are the same. Okay, so what are we doing now? So what we want to do is we want to download the associated file for this challenge. If we go back to pkctf over here, oh, why did it disconnect me? Okay, in the challenge here it says there's a link for this file over here. So often in these challenges there's going to be files that you need to download and interact with. You can get the file location by hovering over the link, right-clicking it, and then selecting the option Copy Link in your browser. So after you've done that, okay, so let's see. So how do you create a directory that already exists? You don't, I mean, if a directory already exists, then you don't need to create the directory. So for example, if well, there's nothing in this directory. If I make a directory called temp, whoa, that's not tesp. We made a directory called tesp. If we try to make another directory called tesp, it'll give us an error. So yeah, so cannot create directory, file exists. I mean, if the directory already exists, you can just enter the directory and start working, right? Okay, so let's keep on reading the chat. Let's see, SysOS Master says ls is list, cd is change directory, make directory, mkdir is make a directory, and man equals annual. Most important 3 commands in POSIX Linux. Okay, let's see. Freddy says, you have lessons for bash scripting. We don't have lessons for bash scripting right now. I need to teach myself bash scripting first. I'm pretty bad at bash scripting. Okay, so, I mean, the file exists. Let me teach you, well, the command to erase or to remove a file is rm. So if you do rm-r, you can also delete directories. So rm space -r and then the name of the directory you want to delete. So in my case it's TASP, and then there's nothing else in here. Okay, let's go back. So after we've copied the link, we can go back to our web shell, and in the web shell, another command we can do inside of the terminal is the clear command. So anytime you've got a bunch of stuff on your screen, you want to get rid of it, just type the word clear, hit enter, and it'll delete everything and send you back up to the top of the terminal. So what we're going to do now is we're going to use another command to download this file. So Linux, in the Linux terminal, it's very convenient to download files. You just give the command wget and then space and then paste in the file address over here. So right click and then select paste, and then it's wget space and then the file address. Hit enter to download the file, and it should save it out to a file called flag. So if you use the ls command to see what's in the directory now, I put it in the wrong directory. Just a second, everybody. Okay, cd obedient cat, and then do the same thing again. So this is a good opportunity to point out that you can get your command history inside of the terminal. So if you've given commands in the terminal, you can hit the up and down keys on your keyboard to recall those commands. So if we wanted to run a command again, we could locate this command, the wget command, and then hit enter, and that downloads the file. So now if we hit ls to see what's in the directory, we see that there's the flag file over here. So to read the file, we use another command, which is called the cat command. So cat and then space, and then the name of the file you want to read. In this case, it's flag. So cat flag, and this is the flag we want to submit to the challenge to finish it. So we would copy the flag, copy, and then go back to the challenge description. In the challenge description, paste it into this field over here, and then hit submit flag. Remember that each one of these picoctf flags, they're going to have the same format. It's going to be picoctf and then a bunch of stuff between some curly braces here. Click on submit flag, and then you're finished. Okay, let's do a little review of how we finished that challenge. All right, everybody, let's catch up with the chat. Okay, Joe Bison, Joe Bison, passive and active information gathering, any tips or new tools? I mean, I'm not really a person who does OSINT stuff. If anybody else does OSINT stuff, please give Joe Bison some names of tools that help you out with that. AKC says rmdir, remove directory, also deletes the directory, but it's not empty, it won't delete it, and it throws an error. I mean, that's the reason why I use rm-r instead of the remdir command. Skyrim Brook says you could also move, we could also just move the file over. That's true. Okay, so Benjamin says says obedient cat readme, 2 folders, and let's see, inclement command. You probably wanted to write cd obedient cd cat. Well, I mean, when you create the directory, don't put spaces in the name of directories. So there you can create directories with spaces in them. It's not recommended. Most of the time when you're naming files inside of Linux, you want to make sure that everything is all put together. It's just a naming convention. So something to prevent weird stuff from happening in the terminal. Whoops. Anyways, okay. So now that we're done with the obedient cat directory, we can delete it. So the way we delete the directory is, let me talk about how we move around in the file system. So if we're in the obedient cat directory, we can move back to our original directory with the cd command. So if you want to go back to your starting directory, which is your home directory, just use the cd command by itself, hit enter, and then you will go back to your home directory. So from here we can see the obedient cat directory with ls. We can remove that directory with this command here, rm-r space obedient cat. So after we give this command, the directory is deleted and it's no longer here. Okay, so let's see. SysOS says Control R. Control R allows you to search even in the history, or see the history with the history command. Control R. It's not Control R. Oh, interesting. Oh, we can search the history here. Oh wow, I've never used this before. I learn some new stuff every day. Huh? Thanks for letting me know about that, SysOS. I mean, Anyways, what else? And cat also does this concatenating one file as a thing. Let's see. cd tilde also works. You can do cd tilde username also works. I mean, the easiest way to move back to your starting directory is just cd and by itself, it'll take you back to your starting directory. Okay, let's go back. So in obedient cat, we downloaded a file using the wget command. So you type wget and then space, and then you paste in the file address. Hit enter, and then it'll download the file. So we can use the ls command to list all the files in the current directory, when you should be able to see the flag file that you downloaded. So to finish the challenge, we read the flag using the cat command. Type the word cat and then space and then flag, and then press the enter key, and that's going to read the file which contains the flag. Teach Khmer binary. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. And thank you very much for subscribing, JKB. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, Skyrenbrook says, I tried Control R and it says back I search. Hold on. Control R. Back R search. I mean, you have to search for something. You need to type in something. So I don't know, like ls. I mean, it got something for us. What if it was like an SSH command? So Control R. Yeah, okay. That's pretty cool. I didn't know about this feature. Okay, let's go back. So that was the obedient cat challenge. So to finish the challenge, we copy the flag output, and then we go back to the challenge page and paste the flag value into the submission field, the flag submission field, rather, and then click on the blue submit flag button. Okay, so the last challenge we're going to be talking about today is the tab attack challenge. So this one is this one is going to teach us a very important concept inside of the Linux terminal as well. Thank you very much, Lethal Tommy, for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. Okay, so the last challenge we'll cover in this session is called tab attack, which can be accessed with the following URL. So the URL is going to be over here. Let me grab that. Okay, so we go back to picoctf, we paste in the link, and this challenge is called tab attack. So the description for the challenge says, using tab complete in the terminal will add years to your life, especially when dealing with long, rambling directory structures and file names. So let's go ahead and set up our environment for solving this challenge. So we'll go back to the web shell. In the web shell, we're going to create a directory. So remember that the make directory command is mkdir space, and we're going to call this tab because the name of the challenge is called tab attack. So afterwards we see the directory is here. We're going to move into it with the cd command. Okay, and now we can download the file associated with the challenge and begin. Okay, Segent says, is Kali Linux live boot as good as a normal one? I mean, I'm not sure. I've never really experimented with the Kali Linux live boot, so you're going to have to tell me. I just use a regular VM for Kali Linux. Okay, let me go ahead and we'll go back to the challenge. Inside of the challenge, there's a file that we need to download. So the file address is here. Right-click the link, select Copy Link. After we do that, we'll go back to the web shell and we'll download the file using the wget command. So type in wget space and then paste in the file address here. After you've pasted it in, hit enter to download the file. So after you've downloaded the file, you're going to see this file in here. It's called adadshashamnamu.zip. So this is not a regular file, it's a zip file. So what are zip files? So zip files are, well, let's talk about it over here for just a second. So these are zip files. So zip files are compressed files. This is one or more that have been compressed to save space. So to interact with zip files, we need to decompress the file to get access to the original files. Okay, so with zip files, the way we decompress them is use the unzip command to decompress. So this is how we're going to do it. So back over here, we've got our data shenanamu.zip file, and we're going to introduce a new concept. So the new concept we're going to introduce over here is called tab autocomplete. So since this is a zip file, we need to extract the files from it using the unzip command. So type unzip and then space and then the letters AD. So we start the name of the file, then we press the tab key on the keyboard. This will autocomplete the name of the file. Tab autocomplete is a very useful method for inputting the names of very long, files with very, very long names. So this is how we're going to do it. So we do unzip space and then type in the first couple of letters of the file name. So capital AD, and then hit the tab key on your keyboard to autocomplete the name of the file. So after that, hit enter, and that's going to unzip all the files. So unzipping the file also creates a bunch of other directories. And what we want to do is we want to use tab autocomplete to finish the challenge by moving into each one of these directories. So if we do ls, we see that there's another directory here called Adena Shashanamu. So to enter that directory, we do cd space AD and then hit tab to complete the name of the directory. Then hit enter to enter the directory. And now when we do ls, we see that there's another directory called Almura Balarami. And we can enter that one by doing cd space al, so start the name of the file, and then hit tab to autocomplete it. Okay, and then after we do that, we see there's another directory called Ashel Mimi Mimilka Kala. We do cd space as, and then tab to autocomplete the name. And then we see that there's another directory called Asher Nabit Tabshi. I do not know how to pronounce these names. cd space as, hit tab to autocomplete. And then there's another directory called Mail Kashishi. cdma, hit tab to autocomplete. And now that there's another directory called Onisiralis. Okay, remember to use the tab autocomplete to complete the names of the directories. Okay, and there's another directory called Olura Dalaku. So ul, hit tab to autocomplete. And lastly, there is a file in here called Fang of Hyaknatanamet. I have no idea what that is. There's also a C file in here as well. So what this is an example of is this is an example of an executable file. So the way you interact with executable files is different from the way that you interact with normal files inside of Linux. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So how do we get to this point? So in the tab attack challenge, we use the tab key to input the names of really long file names and directories. If we use the ls command to see the contents of the directory, we see there's a directory in here called Adena Shashanamu. The point of this challenge is to use the tab autocomplete to enter directories with long, complicated names to obtain the flag. Okay, to enter the directory, use the cd command to change the directory, then space. Then you type the first two letters of the directory, hit the tab key to autocomplete the name of the directory. Okay, and then we do it over and over again. And then finally, we find this file called Fang of Hyaknatanamet. So this is a special file called an executable file. So if we try to read this normally, we're not going to be able to read it normally. Let me demonstrate. So we just try to use the cat command to read this file. We're going to get a lot of stuff we can't recognize, what we need to do is we need to execute this file instead of reading it. And in the Linux file system, you execute a file by giving the exact file path by itself. So if you want to execute something in the current directory, you do /. So / refers to the current directory, and then you give the name of the executable file. So it's fang of this. So fa this, okay? If you give this command, it tells Linux to execute the file instead of reading it. So there's a difference between reading it and executing it. When we execute the file, it does this. It gives this zap message, and then it gives you the flag. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Okay, so let's see. Skyren Brook, what were we talking about? Were we talking about local cybersecurity meetups? Sorry, let me try to catch up with the chat. Can I ask what a good certification is if I want a job as an information security analysis? Information security analyst. Good certifications. If you want to be a security analyst. So security analyst, we're talking about like blue team or like defensive cybersecurity stuff. So good certifications. I mean, I'd say that I'll go off topic for just a second. The Cell 1 certification from TryHackMe, I've heard good things about this one. If that's what you're asking about. Okay, let's see. We have a difference of an opinion. We both agree that cybersecurity is open to anyone who wants to learn it. Always free to ask. I mean, no worries. We can talk about if the chat is talking amongst themselves, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just trying to give my little lesson over here. Okay, so we managed to get the flag. So we got the flag by executing the command over here. So executing the file fang of hyaktamet. So we're just gonna copy the flag and then go over to the challenge description here. In the challenge description, we can paste in the flag in the flag submission field, and then hit submit flag, and then we're finished. Okay, if we want to do some cleanup, we can go back to our web shell. In the web shell, we can go back to our original directory with the cd command by itself. So just cd, hit enter, and then we see that the tab directory is here. So we can delete the tab directory and everything inside of it with rm-r tab. After you give the command, the directory is gone, and we don't have to worry with all that directory soup that we were dealing with earlier. Okay, Abdul asks, are there free certificates available? I mean, the thing about free certificates is that nobody's really going to recognize free certificates. I'd say that there are no real free certificates that people recognize. Yeah. So if you want to have a conversation, like a longer conversation, you can always use the Discord or you can use the Reddit. Here are the links over here. And we got a little ad happening on Twitch. So we're going to take a little ad break. While the ad break's going on, watch these birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Okay, we're just about done our break. So everybody, if you need to get up and have a stretch or get some water, use the washroom. Please don't neglect your personal, your personal needs while you're watching the stream. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish out today's lesson, and then we can move on to the next topic. So that was tab attack. We used a lot of tab autocomplete to access the directories in this challenge. And let's talk a little bit about these Linux commands we used in today's workshop. So we actually used a lot of different Linux commands. It might seem kind of overwhelming at first to try to remember all the commands that we use. My advice is to keep on using Linux and use the commands a lot. Eventually they'll become second nature to you. So the ls command. So the ls command is going to list the current files and directories in the current directory. It can be used with the -l argument to output in a list format and the -a argument to include hidden files and directories in the output. So these two arguments can be combined together to produce both outputs. For example, -la. So you might have seen us doing this when we were working through some of the challenges here. So we do ls-la. Well, -l gives us a list format for whatever is in the directory. So ls-a also includes the hidden directories and files over here. And we can combine these two by doing ls-la. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Shadow Eagle. So Vix DLL says, so you said you wanted me to check out some website? What kind of website are you talking about, Vix DLL? SysOS says, Twitch and YouTube works on your phone, and then you can go and do human stuff. Human stuff is what we're doing all the time. Let's see, -h makes the sizes human readable, handy with -l. So I mean, most of the time when you do -l, it's because we're taking a look at like file sizes. So stuff like, it'll give you like the number of megabytes or gigabytes, I think. So -lah. Okay, so it says 2.5K. I mean, I guess it's a little easier. It is easier to read for sure. Talk for learn. What is talk for learn? Let me look it up real quick. Language learning through real conversations. Are we talking about? We're talking about learning like Spanish and English. I mean, this isn't really what we do on this channel. We don't talk about learning Spanish and Chinese and Italian. We talk more about learning computer languages like Python and C. But OreoBite, hello, what's up? We just finished up our HackerFrogs AfterSchool topic. What is up with you? Hope you're doing well these days. Okay, so let's finish this out. So the ls command. Here we can see the output of the ls command with the L and A flags combined. So normally you wouldn't be able to see stuff like this if you just use ls by itself. There's the cat command. The cat command reads the contents of a file. The name of the file to be read must be supplied as an argument to the command. Normally it's just cat and then space and then the name of the file you want to read. For example, example.txt or flag, whatever it is. So here's the contents of the example.txt file when read using the cat command. So whatever is inside the file is going to be read. So cat is used with human readable files. Most files in Linux are going to be, well, okay. Files in Linux are going to be split between human readable files and machine readable files. We'll talk more about that in a future session. The cd command is going to change the current directory into the one specified. So the new directory must be supplied as the argument to the command. For example, if we want to enter the downloads directory, we do cd space downloads. SysOS is correct. You can use cat to read any number of files. You don't need to just supply one file. It could be a number of different files. Okay, so the cd command, if you want to move into the example directory, you do cd space example, or whatever the name of your directory is. So the file command, we didn't use the file command. We used the unzip command though. The unzip command allows files to be extracted from zip files. So the syntax is like this: unzip space, whatever file name it is, .zip. For example, unzip zip file.zip. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Linux OS workshop, we'll continue learning Linux commands with picoctf. So please look forward to that. That's going to be in the next live stream on Wednesday. Until next time, HackerFrogs. Okay, SysOS says, wasted 2 days moving my computer. Another case in cleaning. Well, I mean, I hope your situation gets better sooner rather than later. OreoBite. Okay, let's move on to the next topic. So what's the next topic going to be? Just a sec. Topic 3 is done. Topic 4 is here. Topic 5 is on deck. Oh, topic 4. We're moving into some advanced stuff. We're going to be doing pwnable.kr. So pwnable.kr is binary hacking. So binary hacking is definitely a lot more advanced than the stuff we were doing previously. If you want to join in with us, everything that we do is free, of course. Oh, did I say SysOS Master? I meant I meant OreoBite. OreoBite is a friend of the stream, and OreoBite also streams himself. Let's give a shout out. So you can follow OreoBite's channel over here. Okay, so what are we doing? We're doing some binary hacking. Let's put an hour on the clock. Hopefully we can solve a challenge or two in that time. And for each, well, I mean, we've never done these challenges before, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to do a write-up of the challenges we're moving through it. So this is something I highly recommend to people who are learning cybersecurity, people who are learning technical topics. Why does this look so janky? Just a second. Okay, so let's see. So what we've got here is we got walkthroughs for all of the cybersecurity exercises that we solve. In this case, it's going to be pwnable.kr, and inside of this directory, we're going to make one for the next challenge that we solve. So the next challenge we're solving is called BOF, I think? BOF? That stands for buffer overflow. Well, I'm pretty sure it does. Okay. So what's going on here? It says, Nana told me that buffer overflow is one of the most common software vulnerabilities. Is that true? I mean, I'm not too sure if buffer overflows are as common as they used to be back in the good old days. But let's go back. We're going to make a write-up for this file, for this challenge. It's called BOF. Okay, so we need to, we need to record the SSH command / password for this challenge. The code provided for this challenge, the concept we need to understand, the challenge, and the method of solving the challenge. So these challenges are not, they're not super easy. Skyron says, I started manually repairing my car at the very beginner level, and I think it definitely has similarities to hacking. Well, I mean, repairing a car and repairing your computer system, or your computer in general, I guess, it's definitely understanding the system and understanding what each one of the parts of the system are doing, and hopefully not breaking the system or breaking your car. Okay. So let's go back to the challenge. It says, Nana told me that buffer overflow, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's copy that. So if anybody else wants to try this challenge over here, these are the credentials you need. Okay. So we're going to be using SSH, kind of like what we did before, to access this challenge. Let me start naming some of these terminal sessions. I'll call this one remote access. We'll give it a great color. We'll make this green. We'll make this other one, I don't know, yellow. Okay, so we got our SSH command that logs us into the system here. So the password for each one of these is going to be guessed. Okay, great. What if we're not busy with some Metasploit? Hey, that's not a problem. Sack3000, hello, nice to see you here. What's up? Sorry I didn't see your message before. Okay, so we've got 3 files in here. So there's bof, bof.c, and readme. Readme, huh. We should probably take a look at that first. bof binary is running at NC0 9000 under bof.pwn privilege, get the shell, and read the flag. Okay, so, I mean, we're talking about buffer overflows in this case. Are there hidden files? That's a good question. I mean, most of the time in these challenges, we're not... The challenge is very, very transparent about what we need to do. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Carol V, thank you. So the README file lets us know that there is the binary is running. So this binary is running on netcat on port 9000 with the privilege of the BOF pwn user. So we need to become the BOF pwn user through buffer overflow and then read the flag. I mean, they don't really... Did they tell us where the flag is going to be, though? Okay, Apo. Can you solve a quick and simple web CTF afterwards? I need some help with something. So, Apo, if your CTF is currently running, if it's a time-limited CTF, I can't help you solve it. I can only help people solve CTF events that have already finished. If it's a CTF event that's ongoing and or that is time limited, I can't help you. Okay, so let's take a look at the C code here. catbof.c. All right, let's grab the C code and we're just going to record it. We can also make our own copy of the C code. So the code is going to be here. We're going to record it. But, well, I mean, we already know what the concept for the challenge is going to be. We're going to be doing some buffer overflow. And I'm guessing it's going to be stack buffer overflow. But we will see. So stack buffer overflow. And we're also going to be doing some shell coding because we need to get a interactive shell through stack buffer overflow. Okay, so let's examine this. So we'll create here's my text editor window. We will make it red. We'll create bof.c. Okay, we need to understand what exactly is going on in the code to figure out how to solve the challenge. So there are 2 functions in here. So there's a void function called func. Func for function. Func for function, and there's also a main function here. So the function here is takes in an integer called key. So the key variable is an integer, and it defines character overflow me for 32. Well, this defines the number of the amount of memory space. So the memory space that's allocated is 32 bytes. Okay, OreoBite says we're not hiding Meter Peter interpreter anymore. No. The YouTube has become a little bit more lenient about people talking about hacking topics, so I can say, I still don't want to say it too much, but you can say words like exploitation, and it's not going to get mad at you. Maybe it will if you say it too much, so I'm not going to say it too much. And you can talk about the hacking tools. Okay, so what's going on here? So overflow me is a variable that's assigned 32 bytes of memory, and it prints out a message overflow me, and then it takes in user input with the gets function. So gets is this is a vulnerable function inside of C. So it's a memory unsafe function. So let's see. If we were to look up something like unsafe C functions, gets. I mean, the AI is going to tell us a lot about this. So the gets function in C is inherently unsafe because it does not perform bounds checking on the input data, making it highly vulnerable to buffer overflow attacks. The function blindly copies all input from the standard in into a buffer until the new line, blah, blah, blah. Okay, SysOS says, you do need to be recognized as a legit, a legal hacker, yes. I don't attack things that I'm not allowed to. Okay, let's see. Danny says, what is the name of this plugin for naming terminal tabs? I mean, this is standard with Kali Linux over here. To create a new terminal, you just go over to Sessions, New Tab, and that's going to create new tabs for you. And the name of the terminal manager is called like Qt Terminal, I think. It comes standard with Kali Linux. Okay. So what we need to do is do what? So gets overflow me. So the gets function gets user input, and it saves it to the overflow me variable here. So if the overflow me variable is over 32 bytes, then it's going to, then the excess, whatever is in excess of 32 bytes is going to overflow, and it's going to enter other parts of the memory. Let's see, so it says if key equals cafe babe, then it's going to run system bin sh. Oh, interesting. So I mean, it looks like we don't need to run our own shellcode. We don't need to write our own shellcode, yay! Because writing shellcode is a big pain in the butt. So what we need to do is we just need to make sure that the key, whatever we send as the key in the func function, is equal to this value. So hex cafe babe. The hex value of cafe babe. Yeah. So it's going to give us it's going to run this function here, set reg ID, running get EGID, and then get EGID, get EGID. I'm not completely sure what this function does. I'm sure it's setting user, what was it? Like user ID permissions. And then it runs the system bin sh command. So it opens up a shell for us. So the first thing it does, oh, interesting. So it runs, so the main function in the program, it runs the func function with the key deadbeef. So we need to overwrite deadbeef, and we need to overwrite the deadbeef variable. Sorry, the deadbeef value with this one right here, cafe babe. What is bin sh? So bin sh is a shell program. So shell programs are stuff like sh or bash or zsh. They're basically terminal programs. So whenever you're running a terminal, it's actually running a program called sh or bash or whatever the name of your shell program is. Okay, so how do we... Okay, so what we need to do is we need to overflow. Whatever user input we give to the program here, it's going to be in excess of 32 bytes. And whatever's in excess, it's going to overflow into other parts of the program. Thank you very much for subscribing, Marius Brazos. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to the program here. So what we want to do is we want to run boff. So /boff. We want to give it bytes in excess of 32 bytes. So we give, let's just pretend we're just going to count the number of bytes with these numbers. So that's 20, that's 30, and then there's 2. So normally, if you give this kind of payload, it's not actually going to crash the program. What we want to do is we want to crash the program and also put in something that's going to overwrite the key that we run, right? So this doesn't work. If we run it again and give the same payload here, but we add a few more bytes, normally we want to give multiples. We want to overflow the buffer with multiples of 8. So this will probably... Interesting. Stack smashing detected, terminated. So we're not allowed to overflow by... We're not allowed to overflow by too much. Because if you overflow by too much, it's going to trigger the stack smashing memory protection. Thanto says, hack the planet. You know what we haven't done in a while? One of these.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
So in this case, we want to overflow. We want to overflow the program, but we don't want to overflow the program too much, so that the program crashes.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so what do we want to do? We probably want to... We probably want to take a look at the program memory with a debugger. So we do redare2, R2 in debug mode with boff, like this. Oh, there's no redare2? That's kind of funny. We might be able to move. We might be able to move this thing over to our own system. Cat boff. Pipe it into base64. So we can move this binary over to our own system by encoding it into base64 and then moving it over with the clipboard. So let's do that. Copy all the stuff. Okay, and then we'll go over to another terminal. GDB is present on the box. I mean, the problem is that I'm not very comfortable using GDB. I'm more comfortable using redare2. Okay, let's save this. And then we'll echo out whatever we just copied. And then base64 decode it. And we'll call it the boff file. Okay, so we should have a copy of the binary here. We just need to make it executable. So if we run file on boff, it says that it's a ELF32-bit LSB Pi executable, which means that this is a 32-bit Linux executable. Why not gzip it first? I mean, the file is sufficiently small. So usually, like moving stuff around with base64 on the clipboard, it's not something I do for files that are really big, but generally the when we're moving around binary files that are not really all that big, this is a technique that I use. I mean, we could also use secure copy. Secure copy might have been the better way to do this, but it's okay. Okay, so we got our own copy of BOF over here. Where is it? Here. Let's call this our debugger. Radare 2. We'll give this a funky color. How about some purple? Random says there is a really cool room on TryHackMe called Hopper's Origins. If you've ever felt like doing AD on stream, Hopper's Origins. That's Active Directory, is it? Really? Well, let me take a look at it real quick. TryHackMe. Catfile gzip. Catfile gzip base 64. Oh, interesting. I've never thought of that before. But I guess if you gzip it, it's going to be less AD, you say. I knew that would get your attention, Oreo Byte. Hopper's Origins. Where is it? Over here? Oh, this is a premium room. Okay. I mean, usually we only cover free stuff on our channel. I'm not too sure when the next time I'm actually going to have a subscription to TryHackMe, though. Okay, Wander's Moon has subscribed. Also, Kalapi Gajar, thank you very much for subscribing. And if I didn't catch you, Kenny D, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Danso says, on Pwn College, which one do you recommend to start with RE? There's like a reverse engineering course on Pwn College. Let me get that for you. Danto was talking about reverse engineering. So we got a bunch of learning education resources over at at our HackerFrogs GitHub over here. So the one from Pwn College, it should be this link right here. Sick in the Mind says, I decided to go straight for self-hatred and loathing in the crypto section at Pwn College. I mean, crypto is something I really want to investigate later, but you do need to understand mathematics to do modern cryptography. And I mean, I was trying to teach myself modular math, and that was already kind of giving me trouble. Okay, so let's do the debugging. R2-D BOF. Okay, we will analyze the functions, and then we will take a look at where all the stuff ends up. Okay, so we make a system call. I mean, this system call is probably the gets command, which records your input. And what we want to do is we want to overwrite this deadbeef push function, or instruction rather. Hello, what are we doing? So we're doing the this challenge over here. It's called BOF, and it's a buffer overflow challenge. You know, strange. Okay, so we need to send user input in excess of. So the first thing we need to do is we need to locate where deadbeef is in the memory. So this gets push deadbeef. So deadbeef is actually on the stack, right? Push deadbeef means that this value gets put on the stack. So what we need to do is we need to overwrite this with our own input. I'm new, bro. Hello, nice to see you here. Sky Blue, what's up? So I mean, if you're new and you want to learn about cybersecurity stuff, I've got a website called that teaches people how to get into cyber. This is just advice, of course. There's a lot of different. There's So many different ways you could do it. Okay, I'm going to take a little water break because we got ads on Twitch. How about we take a look at this bird? Where is it? Here you go. All right, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, that was a short break. Let's go back. So yeah, this is push. So push is an instruction that says put something on the memory stack. So we could push whatever's in the ECX register. We could push a D word, or we could push. That sounds like an insult. Or we could push these hexes over here. Dead beef. Skynbrick says birds are such good energy. I mean, I love birds. I don't necessarily want to live with birds, but they're pretty fun to watch in the wild. So, okay, what we want to do is we want to figure out where dead beef gets put. It gets put on the stack, of course. So let's see. The function is called... Oh, you know what? Oh, okay. I think I see what's going on. So dead beef is pushed onto the stack because it's an argument to the function call. So it runs the function call func, and it uses dead beef as an argument for the key argument, right? PIE is going to be an issue. To push the stack, the call will pop. The call will pop from the stack. So dead beef should pop off of the stack when the function is called, right? Is this beginner content? I wouldn't say that this is beginner content. We did do some beginner content like a couple of hours ago. So if you're on YouTube, you could go back to the second hour of the stream. So after like 60 minutes, and that's when we start our beginner-friendly content. So what do we do here? So we make we should probably set like a breakpoint. What we want to do is right after the system call, we want to locate dead beef. So let's set a breakpoint for right here. Actually, we'll set a breakpoint for near the end of the function. So db is going to set your breakpoint in Radare 2. So let's figure out where dead beef is first. So we'll run the binary with the DC command. It's going to ask you to overflow me. We'll just give it the full value. So that's 32. So after we do this, it says nah, and it says hit breakpoint over here, right? What we can do now is we can take a look at what's in the variables. So we got some variables. We have one variable. So variable at EBP minus 4 hex. This is probably where dead beef is. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Okay, Stock Mantra Tips says, want to learn Red Team, do you have any resources? What I would say if you wanted to learn... So Stock Mantra Tips, what do you know already? Because depending on how you answer, I've got some... Yeah, I might have some different recommendations for you. Last Fault says, what are the requirements you need to hack a system? What are the requirements you need to hack a system? You need, well, you need to have access to the system. You also need for there to be a vulnerability present on the system. You can't hack a system without vulnerabilities. Random says, question for you guys. Would you use a tool that lets you automate full pen test workflows by chaining existing tools with simple templates and rules instead of running everything manually every time? I mean, If my job was to do pen testing, then maybe, but what I'm doing by doing the pen test exercises is learning. So, I mean, the answer is if I was doing it as a job, then maybe. Okay, Skyrim Brooks says the protagonist in Hacker 2017 has a parrot. I haven't seen that movie. You know what? I need to look it up because I want to watch all the Hacker media because it's kind of on brand. Okay, Stock Mantra Tip says, no, you know all the basic cybersecurity stuff of Linux and Windows. You know all of the basic cybersecurity stuff of Linux and Windows. Do you have... I mean, how long have you been learning cybersecurity, Stock Mantra Tips? Okay, so let's take a look at EBP -4. So it was, what was it, PX at this. It should be like dead beef, right? I don't see anything. Huh. Is that because it already disappeared? EBP minus hex 4. It's basically got nothing. It's got nothing here. Okay, Stock Mantra Tips is about 2 years. It's already popped off, I think. That's unfortunate. So Random says the reason I asked you is because because I have a cool idea to automate the repetitive stuff for pen testers and red teamers. Just curious if people would use such a tool and contribute to it. I mean, I think the goal would be to write it for yourself first. And I mean, is this interesting to you? If it's interesting to you, then write the tool. And well, I mean, make sure the tool works first, and then introduce it to other people. So Sick of the Mind asks, automate what exactly? Enumeration? I mean, these are some good questions. Okay, so yeah, so there's nothing in the memory location here. I might want to set up my... I want to set up my breakpoint earlier then. So right before the function call. Over here, we'll set another breakpoint. Okay, and then we'll reset the binary. Run the binary. Okay, and now let's take a look. Yeah. Okay, so this should be, it should be on the stack, right? Dead beef. I guess what I want to do is I want to... We definitely know we can't overflow by too much in this challenge. So I think we'll start crafting our payload now. So we can probably craft our payload by running something like printf. Yeah, so printf, write a bunch of bytes. The thing about printf is that we can't really printf. Well, we need to manually put in everything if we use printf. So this is why I prefer to use Perl, because we can do a little bit of repetition. So something like this, right? So let's see, print something 32 times. So print A 32 times, and then print off the what was it, Cafe Babe? So CAFEBABE, like this. So this would be, I mean, if it's exactly 32 bytes where we enter the whatever memory address, then this would be it. So it'd be something like this that we feed to the binary. So random says it would automate host discovery, port in service enumeration, web recon, server-specific enumeration. I mean, that sounds a lot like, what was it called? There's a popular script by like a content creator. I think it was called like Auto Recon. Yeah, this tool right here. So I used a tool like this when I did my OSCP exam. Here. I'm not too sure how many people use this tool these days. But it's this was really popular a few years ago. Okay, let's grab our payload. And we've got our Rowan access here. So we'll run BOF, and then, well, we'll run the Perl command, and then we'll pipe it into the BOF command. Whoops, we need to do ./ Stack smashing detected, terminated. Okay, so, so we really do need to overcome the memory protections, huh? I've never done this before. Then VN GD, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And Ben Rashid, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so Second Mind says HD Moore, one of the founders of Metasploit, okay, actually made a Golang compiled tool that does this with a now commercial product called Run0. It used to be called Rumble. So Last Fault says, sorry if you don't mind answering. Let's say LMDE7 with default setup, username user, password 16 characters long, which is random, okay? OS is fully updated, firewall is on, possible. So you have the username. But you don't know what the password is. So the password is a 16 character long random character password. Is there brute force protections? So if there's no brute force protections, you might be able to do like a pure random character brute force attack. I've never really done anything like that before. You might be able to do with like a common program like Hydra. So there's stack smashing protections here. And we also it crashed. So we tried writing 4 bytes right after our offset. Our offset of 32 characters didn't work. Did I try Ghidra? I mean, I don't think we need to use Ghidra in this case, but I'm not sure. Sudo22, hello, nice to see you here. Brute force protection is possibly enabled on newer OSs. I mean, we're running on the server, so because we need to solve the challenge by running it on the server, so that means we need to overcome the stack smashing protections. Okay, Random says, I can't explain everything here, but basically automates most of the workflow through rule-based routing, except for the parts that require human interaction. So stack smashing, huh? You know what? Let's try asking the AI how it would evade stack smashing. Adonis Warwick, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go over to our good friend ChatGPT. We are doing a binx challenge with this code, but stack smashing detection is enabled on the OS. Okay, let's see what it responds. Okay, so Sick of the Mind says, I'm okay with overriding the binary, but ultimately this is going to be input manipulation, right? I'm not sure. I've never really done binary binx with like memory protections in place before. Okay, says, I want to start learning hacking. Which book should I read, or any course? Yeah, let's try looking at this website here. Okay, Thanto says, I really see AI as a good learning journey partner teacher, but not as a replacement for real works. Okay, so what does it say? So you got a classic ret2win style bug in the 32-bit byte stack buffer, but with stack canaries, stack smashing detection on the target OS. A normal overwrite RIP, EIP with junk until you land somewhere useful will usually crash before you ever reach the if key equals cafe babe or system bin sh. So here's the practical CTF angles to try. Okay, well, what do you have for me? Try the boring win first, overwrite the key argument, no return hijack. Your goal is to make key equals cafe babe. Depending on how the compiler laid out the stack frame, it may be possible to overflow me and clobber the stored copy of key without touching the canary. On many builds, the canary sits between the local buffers and the control data, but arguments and saved arguments copies can sometimes be placed such that you can reach them before the canary. I mean, the problem here is that we've already tried just touching the limits of the buffer size with like 32 bytes, because 32 bytes is what we use to completely fill up the input buffer. We only give 4 extra bytes, so we give like 36 bytes total, and this still doesn't let us do it. Second Mine asks, do they not have a public server that's listening that you can send your payload to? I'm just curious what the flag concept looks like. So I mean, I might be approaching this in the wrong way, because the README says the BOF binary is running at port 9000 under BOF pwn privilege. Get shell and read the flag. So do we not exploit this binary, but we instead exploit the thing that's running at port 9000 on the local host? Oh, maybe that's it. Wait, netstat tulpin? Yeah, so it's doing, so it's here, so it's like local. Binary is your POC builder. Oh, okay. So we're going to use, are we already using pwn tools? Maybe. All right, so if the thing is on port 9, what was it, 9000? Yeah, 9000 over here. It's over 9000. So we could use like netcat to, well, to localhost. Okay. So we run this, and then we have to enter again. Oh, okay. So I guess we need to redirect it to this instead of to this instead of the actual BOF file. Lee Vision, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? I saw you in Slyborg's chat yesterday. Hey, what's up, man? Smells like Pwn Tools to me. Okay, let me just try doing the regular payload, but we'll pipe it out to netcat. We'll pipe it to netcat localhost 9000. Well, it does not like that. Nothing much. Saw you streaming, so I decided to come by. Hey, welcome in. What is up? We're just trying to figure out how to do this buffer overflow challenge from pwnable.kr. This is a classic site that a lot of people have already done write-ups for. So I might have to do some learning myself. But how do we do it through Pwn Tools? You think you need to do the proof of concept first. So proof of concept, well, I mean, okay. If we've got this thing here, right? And well, I mean, this is my Kali system. I wonder if this my Kali system is good. It probably has like the memory protections in place, because the memory protections are like OS based, not necessarily. Or are they? No, the memory protections are built into the binary when you compile it, right? So if we go in here and we got our payload, good question for GPT. Okay, Sid asks, what do you say about Instagram CDN exposing private profile images? Private profile images. I mean, that's definitely some information that that's not really, well, I mean, that's a security problem for sure. Okay, so let's redirect this into BOF. Yeah, so it gives the stack smashing detected message over here. I mean, if it's running on port 9000 up in, on the local server, is there an instruction on how to compile the binary? There's one last thing I want to check, right? Because if we've got the binary running on port 9000 on the local host, and then we just give it like a ton of, is it going to give the stack smashing error message here? Yeah, it does give the stack smashing message. So we need to make sure that we're using a message that evades the stack smashing, the stack smashing memory protection. Because all of the versions of the binary are, well, they all have the memory protection in place. Okay, so how to test quickly? I mean, so if it's 32-bit, then Cafe Babe is 4 bytes. Watch Endianness. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Ranga Pratama, thank you. Much appreciated. Confirm what protections are actually in play because SSD enabled is vague. Well, I mean, we can probably check. This is probably what I should have done before. So we can do like Rabin 2. So this is part of Radare 2. And check the information for BOF. So I think PIC, which one is the canary? Canary equals true. So this is probably the protection in place that's preventing us from doing the traditional like buffer overflow stuff. Saint Advice, hello, what is up? What is up? We're just doing some classic CTF exercises here. Okay, so CTF quick commands, checksec. This tells you what you should be thinking. Just overwrite the key, leak the canary, then do ret2 win with the ROP. Leak the canary and then ret2 win with the ROP. Huh. Partial overwrite, partial overwrite. So if the canary blocks you, you need to leak. You need a leak or a canary bypass. So you must overwrite the return address because key cannot be reached safely. Then with the canary, you generally need to leak the canary. Don't smash the return address. Use non-controlled data corruption. I mean, this is a little bit more advanced than what I usually do. So I'm going to have to start teaching myself some stuff to finish this thing. So other CTF gotchas worth checking. Is it actually compiled with binary? So I mean, yeah, it is. Is it 32-bit? It is. Is ASLR disabled in the challenge? Some beginner challenges disable it, making it ret2 text easy if the canary isn't present. So we need to check if the, I think it's called like PIC. PIC is true. Huh. I mean, there's... What's the technique here? Okay, let's feed this into the AI and maybe it can tell us more about some potential methods of getting around. This is the output from Rabin 2. Sometimes I can't say if ChatGPT is fooling me or if I am an actual fool. I mean, same thing. Same here. I want to say is that when I'm asked ChatGPT about stuff I don't know, well, I mean, you know, you don't ask ChatGPT about stuff that you know generally. Generally, well, you know, you're trying to learn new stuff. Anyways, we've got an ad running on Twitch. While ads run on Twitch, let's put on the birds. Okay, here's another bird that is really cool. We'll be back in about 60 seconds, but in the meantime, enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Marco Polisic says, I'm not appearing in InfoSec streams. More flying rats. Are you saying that all birds are flying rats, or are you just saying that these birds are flying rats? Because these are house sparrows, and I guess most people consider house sparrows to be pests. Oh, it's just the sparrows that are flying rats. Where's the cool bird? So I think this one here. So this is the bird I wanted to showcase here. It's called a spotted towhee, and it's got these really cool red eyes. These guys they don't stick around for very long, but they're very cool looking birds. Anyways, let's get back. So I'm not on InfoSec streams. So InfoSec streams is a place where you can see who is doing InfoSec streaming. So on Twitch or on YouTube, normally I do show as online, but I guess something must have broke with the website. It's a good website. It's got a lot of different creators and stuff. Stop eating the ones that are too big. Are you talking about stop eating or stop feeding? I'm not too sure what you're trying to say. Okay, let's play some StarCraft music. StarCraft music. Okay, so what bright ideas does our friend the AI have? Okay, it tells us a lot. So we're dealing with 32-bit. There is a canary. Stack protection is present. So no stack shellcode. So we can't put They have beaks to peel the peanut. They sure do. So pick equals true. So it's almost certainly pi. So pi is something execution. PIE. Meaning code addresses are randomized with ASLR. So let's see. Reload partial. With pi and ASLR, you typically need a leak to use it reliably. A classic ret2 text. Ret2 text, ret2 libc by itself is blocked unless you leak the canary. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Grey Wolf Medi, thank you. So the intended beginner solve is usually going to be overwrite the key without tripping the canary, but this doesn't work for us. So the program already contains a win path, which is basically, what is it? Like overwrite to win? Are we doing something crazy here? I don't know about crazy. GB Away says, I wouldn't worry about the canary. Do you know something I don't, GB Away? So why this can work even with the canary? What's this? So if you can corrupt only the key value and avoid corrupting the canary, you can get a shell without touching the return addresses. The thing is that I don't think that's the way. So Sudo22 says, what if you use brute force and try different offsets? Different offsets? You mean like use really big offsets and really small offsets and seeing which one doesn't trigger the canary? I mean, how do we do this? So we want to give a payload that's large enough to overflow the buffer, but I'm assuming that anything that's big enough to overflow the buffer is also going to trigger the canary. So snack smashing detected. We give 128 bytes. It still says stack smashing detected. SysOS says maybe use some null bytes as padding. So what if we give something that, let's say 28. So this doesn't smash the stack because this is exactly 32 bytes. What if we overflow by 2? So if we overflow by even 2 bytes, it still considers that stack smashing. What if we only overflow by 1? Which is... Okay, so overflowing by even 1 byte it's still going to trigger the stack smashing thing. Okay, Sick in the Mind says you might have to step in with a breakpoint to compare. So it's blocking you just can't guess. You're gonna have to debug this. So start with the /0. So I mean, what we really want to do is we want to identify where in the memory the key value is stored. So the dead beef thing. So overflow with the null byte. Well, I mean, we could try. So if we go in here, we give like 32 bytes, and then we overflow with 1 null byte. So like this. It still detects the stack smashing here. If we don't actually overflow, we just give 31 bytes, then it just gives you the regular failure message. Okay, you only disassembled main. Well, I mean, we can go back into the debugger. Okay, and then we can analyze the thing. And then, so there were other functions as well. So if we take a look at main, it references the other function. So the other function is called simfunc. So we can take a look at this thing as well. I mean, the thing is that whoops. We have the source code, and the source code should... I mean, it would be weird if the source code wasn't the same as the instructions in the actual binary. So void func is what we're looking at. Okay, so let's go in here. I mean, they wouldn't have extra functions in here, would they? Let's go up to the top. So generally everything that's actually referenced by the binary is going to have one of these symbols. So these include some of the functions that are used by that are referenced in the C code. So the set reg ID and the system and the puts and the gets and the printf. It's like the custom function appears. Where is it? It was like simfunc, right? Simfunc, this one. And when we take a look at that, it should be... Well, I mean, we were looking at that previously. So the comparison with arg8h Cafe Babe. So I mean, Cafe Babe, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be overwriting this. We need to find some way to overflow the other the other variable, or what is it called? The other parameter, which is dead beef. What I guess I'm, So if we're gonna breakpoint one of these instructions, it might be the comparison. So if the comparison is here, then we'll breakpoint this, and then we'll start hunting around for where these different variables are. No worries, Lee Vision, no worries. Let's see. Getting some dinner? No, yeah, definitely don't. If you need to get dinner, if you need to do, whatever, that's fine. Definitely get your business done. So we set the breakpoint over here, and let's just run the program. So overflow me. Let's just give it 32 bytes. Okay, and then we hit the breakpoint. Let's catch up with chat. So SysOS says we need something intelligent to bypass. I mean, yeah, BinX is... There are so many different BinX techniques, and I only know the basics. So every challenge aside from super easy ones is an opportunity for me to learn some stuff. Okay, Cypher says, should I be a pen tester if my teacher told me in school? You should look into pen testing and see what exactly they do from day to day, and ask yourself whether or not that's what you want to do. Because you should, if you're going to be doing something as a job for months or years, then you need to do some research. So let's see, AKC says, do you like GDB over Radare 2? If I liked GDB over Radare 2, I wouldn't be using Radare 2. Okay, Cypher says, there is no such thing as a pen tester. There was no such thing as a pen tester yet, but she saw me dismantling a pen and said, unless you want to be a pen tester, cut it out. Okay. Well, then you should be a pen tester. There you go. All right, so we set we hit the breakpoint. Let's see what's going on. So we know that this argument here contains Cafe Babe. So argument 8H. So we get var 8H over at EBP minus 8 hex. Let's just take a look at that thing. Where is it? I thought I'd see the hex code here, Cafe Babe. Oh no! This is the wrong one. We're supposed to be looking at EVP plus hex 8. Never mind. Yeah, it's here. So the key here actually has the word dead beef. The Sabhan, hello, nice to see you here. Love from India. Hey, what is up? What is up? Sick of the mind, not too sure. We're trying to look for these variables. Thank you very much for following, Nice Pigeon. Thank you very much for subscribing, Roberto Argabe, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Juan Jacobo. Thank you. So we found dead beef. This is where it's stored. The problem is, how do we put anything in here? And at Enad Viten, hello, nice to see you. What is up? So we've located the the key variable here, how do we overflow into here? I'm gonna have to do some research after the stream is over to figure out what exactly is going on, because if I do research on stream, it's just gonna be a lot of me sitting around me sitting around doing a lot of experimentation. So we're gonna move on to the final part of today's stream. But I'm gonna do some research on this. Hopefully I can figure out what it is. We were taking a look at pwnable.kr. I thought this would be a much easier challenge. Grey Wolf Medi says, "Nah, show the whole process." I mean, I've got other stuff I need to cover on the stream. I've got a schedule to keep over here. We're supposed to be doing like a Windows hacking challenge. Okay, so Luis asks, hack forums. One question, hack forums is Gmail or Proton Mail? Okay, Second Man says, it's just getting around the stack smashing. You gotta step through the stack one payload at a time. I mean, I think what I need to do is I need to read some guides to understand what's going on, because it's not something I've encountered before. But after you learn it once, you should be able to apply it to other challenges that have the same kind of problems. Okay, let me start up my Windows machine. Okay, so this is going to be Vulnyx build. It's supposed to be an easy Windows machine. And if you want to join along with us, you need to have access to a virtual machine network. And you need to download and deploy this virtual machine over here. Cora, hello, nice to see you here. Bet you can't hack me. Well, I mean, I'm not here to hack my viewers. That's kind of a rude thing to do. Let's see, Lewis says, could you please reply using a translator? I don't speak English, I speak Spanish. I don't speak Spanish, I speak English. So I don't know what to do. Okay, so we've got our Windows machine. It's running somewhere on our network, and let me set up my timer. So we'll do this for a couple hours. We'll see where we're at after 2 hours working on this. It's supposed to be an easy Windows box, so hopefully... Hey Sam, hello, what's up, what's up? Do I remember you? Well, I mean, there are a lot of people named Sam. Could you refresh my memory? Okay, so this machine is running on the network. And let me set up my overlay. So this is topic 5. Okay, so we'll call this our Nmap port scanning tab. Subham says, I love your video and I'm following you for a long time. I still have to learn many things. Could you give me a guide for cybersecurity for dummies? Yeah, sure. Just take a look at this website here. Yeah, take a look at the website that is in the chat right now. Rookman says, my name is Punith. Hello, nice to see you here. Cypher says, after the lives finish, after YouTube offers an auto-translate. It's just hard to get accurate real-time translations. Yeah, I mean, it does do... I can do real-time translations, but it also means that my live stream has to be delayed by about 20 seconds or 30 seconds. And a lot of people really don't like that. I could do like a huge delay on the YouTube to give like real-time subtitles. Okay, so this is port scanning. We'll make it blue. No, yeah, blue. So the first thing you want to do for each one of these challenges is you want to be able to locate the machine on your local network. we know that the Windows machine we want to hack is on our, I think it was our ETH0 interface over here on this IP range. So there's a reliable tool that we can use called ARPScan that we can use to locate the machine. Well, we can locate every machine on this IP range, in which case it's like a /24. It's 255 hosts. Mike says, ChatGPT 5.2 is pure garbage. You'll probably get better answer running 4.0. Rookman says, give me a book for cybersecurity. I mean, a book for cybersecurity? I think, well, I mean, one good book that I've read recently that talks all about hacking stuff is like The Hacker's Mind. I don't know if anybody else has read this book. If you've read this book by Bruce Schneier, give us a message in chat. Sick in the Mind says, ChatGPT's talk about deployment when they disable 4.0. Maybe. Let's go back in. Okay, so we managed to locate the machine. It's most probably this one on address number 24. So after we've identified the machine, we can start doing our scans against it. We run nmap. We try to identify all the ports. We try to run scripts, well, common scripts on whatever services we find. We run it fast, but not too fast. And let's output this to nmap1.txt. But that's not going to tell us. Well, okay. We'll run two of these. One of these is going to go to the file, and we're just going to run another one on our own so that we can start doing our investigation. Sick the Mind says they're disabling 4.0 on Friday, by the way. Really? Wow. Huh. Vijay says, I require a suggestion. I'm planning to switch my career from manual tester to VAPT. Is this the correct move? I mean, Sick in the Mind might be able to offer some opinions on that. I don't know what VAPT is, really. Okay, Sam says, bro, give me a name like hacker. Give me a name? Do you want me to give you a hacker name? I'm not too sure if you want me to do that or not. Okay, we got port 80 open. We got 8080 open. So it looks like there are two web pages. And there's SMB available on the system as well. We've got 445 and 139, I think it is. So we can start immediately taking a look at those ports. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Jeremy Gunawan. Thank you. So port 80 and port 8080. You know what we could do? We could use some nuclei. So nuclei is one of those testing tools that everybody's telling me about. Let's see. I've used it a few times. I haven't really used it too much on Windows hosts, so I guess I'll figure out if it's appropriate for use with Windows hosts here. So nuclei target, and then what's my IP address? This one. Let's give this a funky color, yellow. And let's make this like orange or something, or purple. Okay. All right, so there are two web pages we're dealing with. I really hope that this is not another Windows challenge where we get in through a web app and then we throw a potato, because we've been throwing a lot of potatoes lately. But anyways. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the at the web page. Wow, we've seen a lot of the same stuff on all of our Windows challenges lately. Sam says, buddy, I'm going to Germany for IT. Ausbildung is, it is good. My interest in cybersecurity, I think it'll be a great action for me to go there. Are you, Sam, are you German by any chance? Or where are you from? I think port 8080 web app will be there. Yeah. Well, one thing we want to do before we move on to the next thing is just to make sure that there's nothing hidden inside this, inside the source code. So IS start PNG, that's pretty normal. Let's take a look at the application on port 8080. Oh, you're from India, okay. Jenkins! Wow. Jenkins. Okay. Well, the Jenkins app, I've seen a few different CTF challenges where Jenkins was abused to get into the system. So I guess we want to figure out if Jenkins has any... Well, we want to figure out the version of Jenkins being used. And if we're able to do so, then we might be able to find something else to attack. Jenkins, most likely command injection. Okay, so we found here... So nuclei told us about what? Okay, NetBIOS domain name build. DNS computer name build, okay. Windows 10 version 2004. I mean, the version of Windows seems pretty outdated. There might be some sort of vulnerability associated with this as well. Okay, so this is still running Nmap. There's a bunch of ports on the 40,000 range, which is very normal for Windows as well. SysOS says Java Web, Tomcat or Jetty, Jenkins uses admin. Gratitude 2020, hey, what is up? I mean, the other thing we should do is we should try the default credentials. I don't know if we actually got in. Wow. We got in. So I mean, we've got a version number for Jenkins. So if we have a version number for some specific type of software, we could start looking around for vulnerabilities, right? So 2504.2. Okay, groovy scripting console.rce. I mean, probably. Let's make a new thing. We'll call this research. That's not how you spell search. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we'll just take a little break and we'll take a little bit of water. We'll be back in about a minute. But in the meantime, watch this Stellar's J. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You know what's funny about this video? In this video, the birds fly away, but they fly back with the peanuts. Why aren't they hiding the peanuts? So usually they hide the peanuts, they grab a peanut, they fly away, they hide it. But in this case, they keep on testing these peanuts. Like they're not, the peanuts are no good. Anyways, sometimes I don't know what these birds are thinking. Let's put the birds away, let's get back to the hacking. But Gratitude 2020, you only ruin the box if that's the actual way in. I'm not too sure if that's the actual way in or not, but let's take a look. So Jenkins 2.5.04. Maybe they crack open the peanuts for them. I mean, they like the whole peanuts. The reason why the birds like the whole peanuts is because they don't go bad as fast if they're inside the shell. Okay, so So let's take a look at some of these alerts. So Java 17 end life in Jenkins. So running Jenkins on Java 17 support will end on, well, it's not over yet. Huh. Okay, ignore. So what's the other alert here? Building on the built-in node can be a security issue. You should set up distributed nodes. Building on the built-in node can be a security issue. Okay, so maybe search for something like Jenkins. Jenkins built-in node. Something like this. Okay, the critical Jenkins vulnerability. So this is from 2024. I mean, this kind of tracks. Up to version 2.441, but I think this doesn't qualify anymore, right? Because we're dealing with like 2.5. So we're dealing with Jenkins 2.5. Okay, Rookman says, what computer is best for learning cybersecurity? I mean, if you're learning about cybersecurity, I would probably use like a Kali Linux VM. So Kali Linux I mean, you know, here's a video that talks about how to get one for yourself. So if we're talking about Jenkins in general, I think there's quite a few. Yeah, there are a few different ones. Oh, okay. There's one for Jenkins that is for a version that is more current than the one that I'm using right now. So this is definitely a thing. If you've got a vulnerability that exists in an older version, it might work on the previous versions as well. So sandbox bypass and pipeline groovy plugin. That means we need to take a look at this. There's nothing else, right? Nothing out the... Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Reconcile. Thank you. Okay, so we'll run searchblood again, but we'll copy over the text file. Okay, so Jenkins 2.6.3, which is more current than our current one. Sandbox bypass and pipeline groovy plugin. This is from 2020. So we also have a CVE, so CVE 2019 something something. So I mean, I think the way to look for like a potential like a script that could let us get access, search for this in Google, maybe look for like a GitHub repository. Okay, Rookman, I'm having a hard time understanding your sentences. Are you asking me what age, how old I was when I started learning cybersecurity? If that's the question, let me know. Okay, so we got GitHub, Sandbox Bypass, and Jenkins Pipeline. Oh, interesting. This is another InfoSec streamer. So Overgrown Carrot is somebody who streams on Twitch. I don't know if Overgrown Carrot has been streaming lately. So they're asking, yeah. I mean, I started learning cybersecurity when I turned 40, and it's been like 5 years, over 5 years. Okay, so CVE. Let's take a look at this thing. So is this? So Sandbox Bypass vulnerability exists for Jenkins Pipeline Groovy plugin 2.6.3 and earlier. Okay. I mean, there's no POC here, unfortunately. Maybe we can look for a POC somewhere else. Not your business says you sound way younger. I think it feels like you need a Q&A chatbot at this point. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I need to get my own AI chatbots to respond to some questions. Okay, Rookman, you don't need to have a degree to get a job in cybersecurity. I mean, some people do have degrees. You don't necessarily need one. Thank you very much to Matt Hansen, Jeff Schmidt, and Winyata Senjaya for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back. So we got this. I guess we could also... Oh, you know what? It's on. If it's on x.db, this probably... Yeah, okay. This is probably what we're looking for. So Sandbox Bypass and Pipeline Groovy plugin. This is the same CVE, right? Let me double check. So CVE is 2019 13030. This is 13030. This is what we're looking for. Okay. Oh, this is the same thing in okay. Sickle Mind says, depending on where you wish to work, a degree may be required. There are some companies that gatekeep at the application process for a degree. I mean, that's true. Sometimes the degree is like an HR filter. Of course, I recommend applying for jobs through the side door, and the side door is basically knowing the people who are doing the hiring. I mean, this is exactly what we're looking at here. Yeah, this is the exact same thing. So it's a GET request to this endpoint here. So URL encoding the following for RCE, public class. Oh, is this Java? This looks like Java. Oh, yeah, right. So Jenkins does run on Java, right? Okay, so that makes sense. Okay. Donnie asks, can you tell me what is sudo? Sudo is running a Linux command as another user. Usually we're talking about sudo in the context of the highest level user, the root user. And Samurai? I'm not too sure about the Samurai command. I don't think I've heard of that one. Okay, Rookman asks, how do you do reverse engineering? So you do reverse engineering by understanding the programming language that the application was written in. So, I mean, generally, if you want to learn reverse engineering, you should learn some low-level languages like C and x86 assembly. I've got some education resources if you want to learn reverse engineering over here. SysOS says sudo means superuser do. Run the command as root or another user. Okay, so URL encode the following for RCE: public class x, public x, ping, execute. I mean, what would we want to do here? So I mean, pinging our IP address is probably, well, it's like a, I think it's a good thing. It's a good start. So this gets translated to this URL encoding. So we need to figure out, the first thing we need to figure out is how to do the URL encoding. I mean, there's a bunch of like web apps that we can use to create these to do the encoding. We can also use like CyberChef. Okay, and thank you very much for subscribing, BGM Loop. Thank you. Let's see, Cypher asks, have you ever tried setting up a GUI in Visual Basic to ping the IP address? I don't think I've done that before. Okay, so we've got this over here. We want to turn into like URL encoded. URL encode. Let's encode all the special characters. So the funny thing is, it doesn't look like what is in the example. I mean, okay. The other way we could do this is we could URL decode this just to make sure it matches up, right? So go in here. We'll get rid of everything. We will grab our URL encoded payload, put it in CyberChef, and then we'll decode. Okay, it is what we're looking for. Cypher says, that was a reference to a hacking show that knew nothing about computers. Have you ever tried setting up a GUI in Visual Basic to pin the IP address? I mean, it's probably a lot easier to just run like a ping command, but I mean, you can make whatever tools you want. Okay, so this is all good. So this is URL decode. Let's try encoding another payload. So the payload we want is gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be this stuff. But we need to substitute out our IP address. Okay, and our IP address is going to be over here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Mindfog. Thank you. Okay, what's our IP address? This one. So I mean, in order to pick up the ping, we need to use, oh gosh, what is it called again? Skyron Brooks says, what is the show? Cypher, if you could give us the name of the show. Which country are you from? Jesters Alone. Hello, what is up? I'm Canadian. I'm from Canada. I'm on the West Coast. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we got our ping command. We need to URL encode it. And encode all special characters. Is there like a more... Alright. So this is our payload. Jesters Alone, goodbye and everyone have a great life. Thank you. Thank you, Jesters Alone. Chris Rideout says New Brunswick. Awesome, awesome. That's the other side of the country. I've never been out there. Alright, so what are we supposed to do here? So we need to send... We need to send a GET request to this endpoint. So the GET request is going to... Okay, so we're sending it through the value URL parameter. So let's go ahead and get our burp suite ready. We're going to be sending our payload through burp suite. Grey Wolf Medi says, can you recommend a great vulnerable machine? A great vulnerable machine? I mean, what are you trying to learn? Are you trying to learn Windows hacking, Linux hacking, something else? Okay, so we'll open up our web browser. Like Metasploitable or CTF8 Linux stuff. Here, Grey Wolf Medi, do you know how to run Linux? Do you know how to run Docker containers on your Linux system? If so, I've got a good website you can take a look at. Vivek says roadmap for red teaming. Roadmap for red teaming. Vivek, can you tell me what you already know? The roadmap for red teaming and the roadmap for pen testing is basically the same, except you would need to do pen testing for like a number of years before considering joining a red team. Jinx says, hi man, I was wondering if there's a function to call the user data. What do you mean the user data? What do you mean call the user data? You're going to need to be a little bit more specific before I can answer your question. Skyrim Brook says, what is Docker? So Docker is a technology where you can run specific applications inside of a containerized Linux system. Okay, so let's see. Let's play this music. Naftel, hello, nice to see you here. Do you teach hacking? Watching from Kenya. So Naftel, why don't you go back to the second hour of the stream? So go to like 60 minutes or 65 minutes in the stream. I do some demonstrations for hacking stuff starting at 65 minutes. So go ahead and take a look. Jinx says stuff like public IP available ports. Public IP? I mean, public IP you get with the if command or the ip command. So you can use, well, I mean, on Linux it's going to be, where is it? So getting networking info. So for Linux, you usually want to run the IPA command. For Windows, was it ipconfig? So this is going to get your IP information. As far as the open ports are concerned, I don't remember offhand what the command is for Windows. But, I mean, this kind of stuff you could probably Google very easily. So go ahead and do that. Vivek says, I'm a beginner. I mean, Vivek, if you're aiming to be a red teamer in the future, that's great. But red teaming is kind of an advanced, like it's something you do after you've done like a number of years doing the regular pen testing job. So just aim for pen testing first. Linux is not ifconfig. You can use ifconfig if you want to, but IPA is the modern command. So Vivek, why don't you check out this website here? Oh, that's not it. Get into cyber. Okay, so Skyrim Brooks says, why is Burp Suite stuck at a passwordless payload on Natus for over the wire? I don't know. Why is it? Okay, so we've got our Burp Suite running over here. We need to access the website. So the Jenkins, right? Where is... here. Okay, and we'll just put it in the browser. Jinx asks, what do you do when you feel lost while working on something? I think taking a break is a good thing to do. Jinx, I didn't see your message up there. So I'm using Java to write a program, and I have a Windows in a VM, and I'm trying to collect data. This program should work in the background. The project is under development and is working pretty well. I'm sorry, where's the question? What do you do when you feel lost while working on something? Definitely take breaks. If you don't feel like taking a break, I think what you'd want to do is you'd want to switch over to something else. Sometimes doing something else is the same as taking a break, and it also keeps you productive. Thanto says, can 3 years make you an expert in any subject? I mean, 3 years... If you're studying hard, then maybe. Okay, so we're now authenticated, and let's try the endpoint. So the endpoint we want to access is where? So it's going to be Jenkins SELJ, security realm user admin, description by name. Huh, that's pretty deep. Okay, just copy this. We'll go into the application, paste in the path, and we're going to paste in our payload as well. So, I mean, our payload is a ping command. So what we want to do is we want to set up a listener for the ping command. Thank you very much for following InfoSec Forever. That's a fun username. Thank you. Okay, so Vivek says, I enjoyed your live stream. I feel stuck. So I take a look at the website. It'll help you get started. We'll call this our ping listener. Okay, so I think it's like TCP dump. So TCP dump, we want to listen for ping packets. Skyrenbrick says, run across someone describing hacking like an Olympic sport with the same requirements to train. I mean, There used to be something called the Olympics of Cybersecurity. Oh, what was it called? There was like an event. There was like a competition. So like hacking. It was hosted by IPSec. No, not IPSec. Was it IPSec? IPSec was like a commentator. So it was IPSec. It was also like Int 80, the nerdcore rapper. And he was doing it down in Brazil. Does anybody remember the name of the competition? It's like cybersecurity esports or something, or like hacking esports. Okay, so what am I looking for? Oh, what's it called? TCP dump. TCP dump. Listen for ping packets. To use TCP dump to listen for ping packets, you must use the internet ICMP. You can use ICMP filter. So sudo TCP dump I interface ICMP. Okay, let's copy that. Hacking esports. I remember why they stopped. Did something bad happen? Hacking esports. Let me look that up. I thought it was a really cool show. Hold on. Let's paste in stuff here first. Hacking esports. Too bad. Too bad IPSec showed his face on that show. Well, I mean, IPSec can choose to be as anonymous as he wants to. One of the presenters was super political on the live. Really? I'm kind of sorry. I'm kind of sorry that happened. Let's see. Hacking esports. It was yeah. They had a Twitch channel as well. There's a Portuguese channel, and there was an English channel. He was trying to support it, and they threw it away. Frackery, hey, thank you very much for chiming in. Much appreciated. Okay, so what's my interface? So my interface is like ETH0, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, on the ETH0 interface. Okay, so we're listening for that ping packet. Hacking is a sport, too bad. I mean, you could probably try to do it again. Somebody else could try to organize organized hacking esports again, but it sounds like it would be a big pain in the butt to organize. Okay, so where's my payload? So we encoded our payload over here. We'll just paste it in. Not found. Okay, that didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. So does that mean that the plugin isn't installed? I mean, if it's not installed, then there's nothing for us to do. Get Right with Cats says, how bad is the market? How much is the job market in Canada for IT and cybersecurity? I honestly, I'm not completely sure. I hear that the market is bad all around, but I also heard that it should be picking up in the spring, which is basically here, so maybe in a couple months. Okay, Fracker says, I know that there used to be a reverse engineering live streaming thing that someone put on, like a reverse engineering live stream event. Let's see. Build security experiments. So this page doesn't exist. So we might be barking up the wrong tree. So the nmap scan came back. Let's take a look. Okay, Shampoo Guy says, did you go to college? I went to college, but I didn't go to college for cybersecurity. I went to college for fine arts. So it's not it's not necessarily related to what we're doing. So 8080 is Jetty. Jetty, I mean, we could search for this as well. One disallowed entry in robots.txt. Robots.txt, huh? We don't want robots to click build links, disallow. I mean, it doesn't really tell us very much. Rukmani asks, how do I hack Minecraft? I mean, I don't hack Minecraft. Skyrim Brooks says, I did liberal arts. No worries, no worries. I mean, I'm just saying that I didn't go to school for something related to what I'm doing in cybersecurity. Not necessarily that that going to school for arts is bad. If that's what you like. Okay, we don't see anything for Jetty. Nithalam asks, let's see, how to start up with bug bounty hunting in cybersecurity. Nithalam, what do you already know? What do you already know about tech, Nithalam? Roadmap for hacking. Yeah, I can check out the website. Okay, Cypher asks, is luck the only way to get into cybersecurity once you're capable of doing it? I mean, luck is certainly a factor. Nithalam says, I'm a 12th grade student. Okay, no worries. So, yeah, what do you already know about tech and coding and all that other good stuff? Because my answer is going to change depending on how you answer that. Okay, so Nithalam says, I know some Python and SQL. Thomas Clancy asks, considering picking up some devices from Hack5, worth it? I mean, which devices? Thank you very much, and some Linux basics. Check out the site. If you want to get into bug bounty, you need to learn about web app security in general first. Ravi asks, "Are you a pro in Linux?" I mean, how do you define pro? I mean, I use Linux every day, and I'm pretty comfortable using it. I don't know whether or not I would call myself an expert. So what were we looking at? We're trying to look at the why our payload's not working. I guess we can't. So we can't access this. Maybe the way we're supposed to do this is taking a look at the builds, because the name of the box is called build, and we might have to do a build and run some commands through it. Sickly Mind says, daily driver doesn't necessarily mean a pro. That's true. Okay, so Frackery says, I use Arch, by the way, so I'm a professional. Of course. If you use Arch, you're automatically a professional. Okay, so can I use Kali Linux on virtual machines using my i3 12th gen laptop? I mean, there's only one way to find out. I mean, I have a YouTube video that talks about installing Kali Linux as a virtual machine. Okay, so Shampoo Guy says, what sparked your interest in cybersecurity if you had a background in the liberal arts? I mean, I had a background in the liberal arts, and I decided to do some research because I tried to go into business a couple of times, and they didn't work both times. And I wanted to do a big pivot in my career. So I did a Google search, and I looked for highest paying jobs or highest paying careers. And I don't recommend this. I don't recommend basing what you do on what is going to pay the most money. Because you know what pays the most money in Canada? Working on power lines. So if you're a person who enjoys climbing up power lines and potentially falling to your death, then that pays a lot of money. So if that's what you want to do that. But another option that came up when I did the search was cybersecurity. And I thought to myself, do I want to be a cybersecurity person? Do I want to get woken up in the middle of the night saying that somebody hacked us or whatever? I didn't know about what exactly the different jobs were in cybersecurity. So I decided to look them up on YouTube. So I did a bunch of research on YouTube, and I figured that I really liked the stuff. Okay, so let's see. Sick in the Mind says, my theory is that Arch users are like vegans, and it stands true. Okay, let me catch up with chat. So which PC is best for cybersecurity? Let's see. Jinx asks, isn't Kali Linux OS overkill for beginners? I mean, Kali Linux is overkill for most people, but it includes all the stuff that you want to use. Why do people use Kali Linux for cybersecurity? Let's talk about it for a little bit. Kali Linux for cybersecurity. Jinx asks, did you know how boring CS is? So CS is in computer science or CS is in cybersecurity? Is it boring? If you think cybersecurity is boring, you shouldn't do cybersecurity. That's what I have to say. Kali Linux for cybersecurity. It's a Linux distro that has a bunch of cyber security tools. It's got all the tools. Too many tools. Most people don't use 10% of the tools. Most people don't use 10% of the tools. Use it because you don't want to install the tools yourself. This is why we use Kali Linux, because we don't want to install all the GD tools ourselves. Even though it's got too many of the tools and we don't use even 10% of the tools, it's because we don't want to install the tools ourselves. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Wow, there's a lot of people chatting on YouTube. Okay, network knowledge for DevSecOps. I'm not too sure what you're asking there. How much networking knowledge is enough to start cybersecurity? Yeah, just go over to the website and take a look. It'll talk about how much networking you need to understand. Okay, Illusion Coin says, I'm an analyzer type. You sound... What? I'm an analyzer type. You sound what? I'm not too sure what you're talking about. Okay, and Red Team Rookie says, Kali Linux already has the built-in tools for hacking. It's just a convenient place where all the tools are. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Sergey Pavlov. Illusion Coin says, try turning down your screen light and the coding scripts looks perfect. I don't understand what you're trying to say, Illusion Coin. Pano says, I understand. Okay. And Kit says, are you using Arch Wayland? I'm not using Arch. SysOS Master says, especially the wordless. There are, well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wordless on Kali Linux. Jinx says, I use Linux Mint and I install what's needed, but not all. Kali has 2000 plus. I don't need all that stuff, important stuff like Nmap and Wireshark. I mean, Jinx, the thing about Linux is that if you don't like anything about a version of Linux, you can, if you don't like Kali Linux, if you don't like, that it has too much stuff, you can use any version of Linux you want. You could use Ubuntu, you could use Mint OS, and you can just manually install the tools yourself. I'm not gonna stop you. Okay, that Frenchy boy says, why not use Exegol instead of a Kali VM? I mean, I'm used to using Kali. I'm not used to using Exegol. Shampoo guy says, I'm a computer engineering student myself and really love networking looking to get into cybersecurity. What should I not do? What should I not do? You're a computer engineering student. You want to get into cybersecurity. What should I not do? I'm not too sure what you shouldn't do. I'm not too sure. Radar says, do you do bug bounty? I don't do bug bounty. I don't do bug bounty. Frax says, also watch lots of IPSec. Yeah? Okay. Does Linux Mint work? How to learn Linux? I have a question. Is it possible to hack any gambling app? I mean, anonymous gamer, if you manage to figure out how to hack a gambling app, you might be able to report that to the app owners. That's what I would say. Okay, let's see. I'm working on manual testing. I want to know more about security. It will take time, right? I mean, yeah, study takes time. Vijaya asks, Kali Linux versus Parrot OS, which one is better? I mean, I use Kali Linux. You're probably better off using Kali Linux over Parrot OS because Parrot OS has a smaller community. So if anything wrong happens with your Kali Linux, you're more likely to get a answer from the Kali Linux community. Ravi asks, can I talk to you personally? I mean, you could probably send me messages on the Discord or the Reddit. Either Discord or Reddit over here. Okay, it's like buying a socket wrench set versus building one out of a toolbox one by one. Gilbert Hernandez, hello, nice to see you here. Jinx says, is Cisco free courses a good start after watching CS50 security course and explaining some fundamentals? I mean, Cisco has a lot of free courses, and I'm actually very impressed. So the Net Academy, Cisco NetAcad. Cisco Networking Academy. This is a very good resource for learning about all sorts of computer topics. Check it out. Okay. What are we talking about? So Nith says, have you earned bounties for reporting vulnerabilities? Have I earned bounties? No, I don't do bug bounty. Okay, so let's see, you can use Void Linux if you're really hardcore. I'm not really hardcore. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Bizacore, thank you. Skyrunbrook says, do a cybersecurity internship or thesis for your computer engineering program. I'm not too sure if you're talking to me or not about that. Lopez says, YouTube just recommended you to me. I'm in cybersecurity college. Oh, you're in cybersecurity college right now. Hope you're having fun. Okay, so Feketer, what? Something Rudolph? What do you think is the best way to learn networking other than Cisco Packet Tracer? What do you think about embedded devices with TPMs like the Raspberry Pi? What is the best way to learn networking? I mean, I'm not super deep into computer networking. I know enough to get by. Cisco, I mean, using taking Cisco courses is probably a really good way to do it. You can do it from Net Academy over here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Peter. Thank you. Okay, and Kit asks, how is your transition from arts to cybersecurity? How much time did you spend? I studied for 18 months. I was full-time for 18 months before I got my first job in cybersecurity. Okay, let's see. Lopez says, should I start CTF study by TryHackMe? Hack the Box. Which one do you recommend for beginners? I mean, so if you're a beginner and you want to do CTF stuff, CTFs for beginners. I mean, TryHackMe. TryHackMe is a good bet. Pico CTF is a better bet. So Pico CTF, I really like OLIcyber. So training.olicyber.it. It's in Italian, but it's got a lot of really good beginner level challenges. Okay, so Mustafa says, I'm a CS student. How do you memorize all of the information for networking? You just do it a lot. Professor Messer is a really good resource if you want to learn about networking, about computer networking. So, let's see, good resource for learning, let's see, IT skills. So this kind of stuff it's covered inside the Get Into Cyber site over here. Give it a shot. Okay, Ravi says, can you make a cybersecurity course in Udemy? Can I make a cybersecurity course in Udemy? Yeah, I'll spend 40 hours creating a course. No, I mean, I've got a couple of courses that I do on this channel. They're not super sophisticated. They're all about teaching beginner skills. Okay, Skyrim Brook says, do mind mapping, create flow sheets. Lopez says, thanks for the recommendation. I will check those out. Make the learning work for you. Udemy says, I heard that they pay garbage. I mean, I don't know. I've never really considered it or looked into it. And Abdur Haman, hello, nice to see you. What is up? Okay, so what were you doing? So we need to figure out how to use builds. How to use builds to break the security of the website. Kingstar Gaming says, please create something for beginners. Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at the lives on the channel and the videos on the channel, there's a lot of beginner-friendly materials there. Particle Doo-Doo, hello, nice to see you here. The build script. Okay, so how do we create a build script in Jenkins? This is something I've never had to do before. How to create build scripts in Jenkins. Okay, so creating a build script in Jenkins is primarily done using the Jenkins pipeline, which allows you to define the entire build process as code in a file named Jenkins file. This file is written using Groovy syntax. I've never used Groovy script before. So in either a declarative, simpler recommended, or scripted, more flexible format. The build script can be defined directly in the Jenkins UI, or more commonly stored in the project source control management repository. So defining the script in the Jenkins UI, this method is useful for testing snippets out for simple non-version pipelines. Navigate to the Jenkins dashboard and click New Item. Ask Jeeves if he can make Jenkins files. That sounds like a good idea. Thank you for Akari. Okay, Ravi says, I'm from a non-technical background and I don't know how to start studying cybersecurity. We've got a website. Check it out.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Thank you very much. Kingstar Gaming for redeeming Hack the Planet. Much appreciated. Okay, so navigate to the Jenkins dashboard and click New Item. Let's do this step by step. Okay, so what was it? Build history. New item. Okay, new item. Enter the item name. Bad guy. No. HackerFrogs. Like and subscribe. Without the exclamation point. El Mexicant. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. What is up? That comment dated me by 30 years. Official grandpa status. What were we talking about? Ask Jeeves. Yeah. Jeeves is ancient. Jeeves is ancient. Okay, keyboard. I'm not using any special keyboard or anything. How to use what? Kingstar Gaming, I'm not too sure what you're asking for. Rohan is asking about OSINT. I'm not really a person who's specialized in OSINT or anything. The redeem material. I mean, you've already used the redeem, so you should know how to use it. Ask Jeeves is older than Google. Ask Jeeves is older than Google? Yeah. Okay, so how do we use this? So enter a name and select pipeline and then select OK. Select an item type, freestyle project. Select OK. Okay. Okay, MTF Epsilon asks, what are you specialized in? I'd say that what I do the most of is like web app hacking stuff. Sir Chance asks, if my goal is to become a pen tester, what kind of projects or labs do you recommend that I add to the resume? If your goal is to become a pen tester, what kind of projects or labs do you recommend? I mean, if you want to be a pen tester, I think what you want to do is just solve as many CTF boxes as possible. So where are you in your cybersecurity journey, Sir Chance? Let me know. But basically, you go over to a platform like TryAcme or Hack the Box or something else, and you just solve as many of those CTF boxes as possible. Not just solve the CTF boxes, but document yourself, and then put it on something like GitHub. If you've got like a really big list of CTF boxes that you've solved, that's a pretty good endorsement to the dedication of your studies. Mexican says, I was just busy with hacking and stuff. I even won the TryAcme raffle and got a Raspberry Pi I/O board. Awesome. Thinking of tinkering with it and maybe creating a touchscreen hacking tablet. Got a job? Lots of things going on for you. That's awesome. I love hearing that. Okay, Jenk says, do you have a roadmap while studying in your 18 months of studying that you can show to us? I mean, take a look at the website. NTFE Epsilon says, is Vulnhub useful? I started it as a hobby as a punching bag with Kali Linux. So, I mean, Vulnhub is not such a great website anymore. I'd recommend using Vulnyx instead. So Vulnyx is like the better version of Vulnhub. And I'm actually doing some Vulnyx right now. Okay, thank you very much for subscribing, Edward ST. Edward Street? I'm not too sure if that's if that's how you pronounce it. Okay, so wait, aren't we? We're making the thing, right? So enter the name. On the configuration page, scroll down to the pipeline section. Ensure the definition field is sent to pipeline script. Okay. So the description. This is how we do RCE. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Frackery, you didn't know about the Vulnyx site? It's really good. Okay. Gamek asks, how can I teach my friend to get into cybersecurity, web dev, networking? I want them to learn. Listen. If you can get your friends to learn about cybersecurity, you tell me how to do it. Because I have a lot of friends, and I would like to have more friends who do cybersecurity, but they're not interested in cybersecurity at all. Faralco to do says Vulnlab is very good, but so difficult even on easy machines. Vulnlab, yeah, Vulnlab is Vulnlab is another one of these platforms. They got bought by Hack the Box. So you can actually see a lot of Vulnlab stuff on Hack the Box. Sora Film says, random streamer, teach us your ways. I mean, I wish I could. Okay, so general source code management triggers build steps, post-build actions. So according to this guide, enter a name for your project and select pipeline. On the configuration page, go down to the pipeline section. So so this is general configuration. I don't see anything for pipeline. Okay, Ravi says, I know coding, but I wanted to create... But when I try to create tools in Python, I can't create... Can you help me? I mean, what kind of tools are you trying to create, Ravi? Henry, hello, nice to see you here. Frackery says, y'all need to consider if you really want to sit in front of a computer all day, because that's what you'll do in cybersecurity. That's true. You're not doing anything that's not in front of a computer in cybersecurity. Okay, ensure your definition field is set to pipeline script. Enter your pipeline code into the script text area. Okay, where is my script text area? Source code management, triggers, build steps, post-build actions. So I mean, this is all the configuration. We'll leave the page for right now. Status, changes, workspace, build now, configure. Particle to do says create an auto recon for cybersecurity. Particle to do, you say create an auto recon for cybersecurity. There's already a big project called Auto Recon. We were just taking a look at it earlier today. Now MXCan says, as someone who loves hacking, that comment couldn't be more true to life. I like it, but I do it more as a hobby, and if I get to the point of life where my hobby can be a job, I might go for it. Okay, Ravi says, I want to create a port scanner, brute forcing, and information gathering tools. I mean, what I'd say if you want to start like projects. Hold on, let me change up my playlist. How about some of this music? Okay, the lateralis parable says, how much programming coding knowledge is needed for cybersecurity as a whole, not for pen testing, but for something like network administration or sysadmin? How much coding do you need to know for cybersecurity? It really depends on your role. Cybersecurity and coding requirement. I'd say learn Python as a base coding language, bare minimum. Learn C if you want to do low level. Well, I mean low level. What is the word? Low-level language roles, which include stuff like malware dev and malware analyst. What other programming languages can come in really handy? I don't know, JavaScript? JavaScript, yeah, for sure. For people who are doing web app security testing. What you need to understand about cybersecurity and coding is that you can do certain technical cybersecurity roles without doing any coding, but there's a ceiling to what you can do. C isn't low level? Dang, I didn't know that. So I mean that's arguable. Some people say that the only low level that like ASM is the only low level language. So C and ASM are two languages you want to learn if you want to do like low level language roles. Because I mean learning how to read assembly is a lot more important than learning how to write assembly. Although writing assembly can be very handy if you're writing up certain types of certain types of exploits. So still, this is going to be more valuable for analysts and maldevs people. What about C++? C++? I mean, I haven't looked too much into C++ and cybersecurity. I mean, I suppose a lot of servers and stuff could be coded in C++. Let's see. Oh, what is it? This could be really handy for code review. Code review of applications. Apps or web apps. Okay, let's catch up in chat. So SysOS says, what is low or high level depends on comparison. I mean, C is low level compared to Python, and C is high level compared to ASM. So that kind of thing. So Sick in the Mind says, C and assembly are still widely referred to as low level. C is definitely a lot lower level than most other popular programming languages. So let's see. Jinx says ASM is used for making rootkits and some hardware level malware, right? Can you check my previous question? Sorry, I don't think I'm... Let me go back. Okay, Jinx says, we all hear about teams and squads in the cyber world, but can't someone work alone? And how hard would that is it even possible? I mean, do you not like people? Do you not enjoy the prospect of working in a team? There are people who work alone. It's just that it's hard to find. It's hard to find those roles. Okay, Frackery says, let's see. C isn't low level. C is kind of beautiful. C++ can be used for malware dev. It's only C with classes, am I right? I mean, I think if you come from like a C++ background, you can definitely learn like the C specific stuff pretty easily because it's like, I mean, because C++ is a superset of C, right? Okay, how many tools have you created in your cybersecurity career? I mean, I'm not a person who does a lot of tool creation myself. see. Let's see. Frackery says C was considered high level when it came out. That's that's a fun little tidbit. Okay. Let's see if I can catch up with chat. Frackery says CPP fills the spectrum from low to high. Okay. And let's see. Hey brother, how many tools did you create in your cybersecurity career? I've answered that. And let's see. Temple OS, of course, Temple OS. Okay, I can't see the stream. I can't see the stream. Are you... Hold on. I mean, if one of my streams went down, I should be getting some sort of messages, right? No, my stream's online. Okay, Albert de Morsif says, let's see. Do this command and it will update your packages. Albert, don't recommend to people that they delete their file systems, thank you. Okay, SysOS says, C was considered high level when it came out. It was considered a systems level language. COBOL was also considered high level at the time. And Magic URL login is the best. What do you use for vibe coding? What do I use for vibe coding? I mean, use whatever you want for vibe coding. I hear most people use Claude for coding stuff. That's what's recommended. So Claude AI. That's not how you spell Claude. I used to use quite a bit of Claude, but for some reason I haven't been using it too much these days. Okay, back over here. We're still trying to figure out how to write a script to do this thing. Okay. How important is reading news about cybersecurity, and have you learned new stuff from reading news before? Yeah, I mean, if you want to become like a cybersecurity lifestyle person, you definitely want to listen to a lot of podcasts. Okay, let's talk a little bit about cybersecurity podcasts. So, cyber podcasts. This is usually where I get my news. Stuff like Smashing Security and the Cyberwire. Another popular cybersecurity podcast, something like Darknet Diaries. Ronal Unplugged says, asks, is Python easy? Is Python easy? Compared to what? Compared to what? A lot of people consider it to be the easiest programming language to get into. The encrypted my what? I don't understand what you're talking about, Illusion Coin. Okay, Run Unplugged says, like, I'm 14 years old trying to learn it. Love Darknet Diaries. Yeah, it's a lot of people's favorite cybersecurity podcast. Very popular. So Ronald says, you're 14 years old trying to learn Python. I've got a good course for Python that you can try out. Check out the links over here. What version of Kali are you using? He should play The Farmer Was Replaced. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's a very popular Steam game called game on Steam called The Farmer Was Replaced. You can check it out. Well, it's on sale right now, so you can get it for $2 cheaper if you wanted to. Okay, can you show me your GitHub? Yeah, sure. My GitHub is over here. Okay, you have a pretty weird question. What is it? Hopefully it's about programming and stuff, or cybersecurity. So everything else that's running over here is... it's typical Windows stuff. Albert says, do you have a script in your GitHub that we can use? A script in my GitHub? No, I don't have any scripts in my GitHub. Ronald says, if we were all potatoes, then who would be the mashed one? If we were all potatoes, then who would be the mashed one? Well, I don't know if I can answer that question. Jinx asks, how much is your knowledge about hardware and how important is it knowing deep stuff like what registers are and how the PC actually works from the start? I mean, most people don't need to know exactly how their PC runs from start to finish, but you can learn if you're really interested in that. Okay, so let's see. Have I played TIS? I don't think I've played TIS before. How can I take care of vulnerabilities while doing the backend for my website? Space Time Adventure. Hello, nice to see you here. What room are you solving today? Well, we're trying to solve... how can I hack my neighbor's device? Don't hack your neighbor's device. That's my tip. So I don't think we're using the Burp Suite browser here. How do you get addicted to coding? Yeah, the first thing you need to do is you need to realize that code is like one big toy, and you can use that toy to solve all sorts of problems. I mean, I'd probably go over to a website like LeetCode. Actually, you know what? Maybe not LeetCode. Try Advent of Code. So if you've got a bit of programming knowledge, you could probably solve some of the challenges from this site here. So Advent of Code, pick maybe do like the first one if you want to. How can I put down the energy supply of my hood? Are you talking about your neighborhood, Real Changer? I don't know if I should talk about that. Okay. Illusion Coin says, I want to get into programming through a police position. Tell me your opinion about the OSCP certificate. What do we say about the OSCP certificate? It's not the best, but it is the most recognized. OSCP? Lots of recruiters look for it. The exam is notoriously difficult. Let's see, what else? The exam is also unfair. And there are better courses for your money as far as learning outcomes are concerned. That's my opinion on the OSCP certificate. Sick of the Mind says, that's not true anymore, man. Oh, I mean, which aspect are you arguing against? Okay, it's also very expensive. So it's the most expensive. The most expensive commonly sought after certification. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, I have faith if you did a lab neural and retake, you'd pass no problem. I mean, now, yeah. now maybe. Now I might be able to pass it, but what I'm trying to say is that the OSCP is it's pretty overrated. Okay, let's see. Let's start room different CTF. I don't know if I've got it in me to start a different CTF at this point, but we might poke around at this one some more. There's a lot of people asking questions. There is more expensive out there, Sick in the Mind, but this is when I said this is the commonly sought after cert. It used to be considered inexpensive compared to the other competing certifications. Like, you know, stuff from SANS or stuff from GC Console. Jinx says, not about interest. If you are developing rootkits, I don't talk about developing rootkits. Okay, Albert says, INE is better than OffSec if you want to save your money. I mean, INE is a... If I was looking for, like, something that taught stuff that's the same type of stuff that's taught by the OSCP, I would go for Hack the Box. So the Hack the Box certification, it's got a lot of people like singing its praises and stuff. I haven't checked it out myself, but it sounds like a really good course. INE isn't much of a player anymore. Factor asks, how should I begin my cybersecurity journey? I'm a grade 11 student in high school. Okay. So I mean, the Factor, just check out the website here. Okay, Visual Media FX says, certs are useless. Certs are useless. Get an interview, crack the interviewer's laptop while you're there, and get the job, or a jail cell. Be careful what you wish for. I mean, my argument is the social networking job route. Know the people who are hiring. We'll talk more about this when we do our stream on Friday. We're going to talk all about getting into local meetups. So go to local meetups. Be a good member of the community. Community helps community. And that's what I recommend. Not everybody can do it though. Okay, Python course is really helpful. Yeah, I mean, go ahead and check it out. Okay, let's see. Defa says, go to your project in Jenkins, click config, add a build step, and see what you can do from there. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by chat. Not that I don't appreciate everybody coming around here to talk. Okay, so let's see, source code management triggers build steps. So we're looking for the window where we can actually put in our code. Changes, workspace, build now. So build now, we don't have any code to build. No builds. So we need to find the place where we can actually slot in our code. The project won't have any workspace until at least one build is performed. Run a build to have Jenkins create a workspace. Okay, Ravi says, my friend qualifies for OSCE certs. Can you explain to me what is OSCE? I mean, I don't know all of the certifications that OffSec is putting out right now myself. OffSec OSEE. OSEE is, what is it? Oh, exploit development. Okay, so it's like, it's a malware development course. So offensive security exploitation expert. Yeah, that's that's what it is. Sick of the Mind says offsec.com. Okay, like your knowledge and your style, subscribe right now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, OSEE is the hardest certificate in the world. I mean that I don't know. I don't know what to compare it with. Helen Mora, hello, nice to see you here. Okay. So we created the project here. So we go back to the build. So I asked about creating a build script using the UI. Thank you very much, Jack, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. It's a live training only course, so they don't do it online, or they don't let you do it study on your own. Getting started with pipeline Jenkins. Creating your first pipeline Jenkins. Snippet generator. So we created a new item. We entered the name for the project. Configuration page, go down to the pipeline section. So I mean, I'm pretty sure we didn't create a pipeline project. Let's try that one more time. So new item. So item type. So freestyle project is the only selection we can make. Configure, add a build step to see if you get any options. Don't forget the new AI courses. AI courses, of course. Okay. So Divas, let me try your suggestion here. Windows walkthroughs on TryHackMe are something new to me. I mean, there are not very many Windows. There are not very many Windows machines. Windows challenges on TryHackMe, yeah. Okay, so sorry. Let's try to concentrate. Configure, add a build step. Configure. Discard old builds, parameterized, concurrent builds. Use custom workspace, keep logs of dependencies, add a build step. Okay, I see it here. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Lavon, thank you. Okay, Ravi says, help me create my first project in cybersecurity because I don't know how to create. I mean, I don't do any mentoring for people. So execute Windows batch command, execute shell, invoke top-level Maven targets, execute shell. So automate your build process. Let's see list of available environment variables. So can we just put in like PowerShell commands here? Shell or batch? Sick of the Mind says, honestly, do try HackMe if you're not sure how to start learning. Yeah, I mean, Hack the Box can be a very intimidating and not very beginner-friendly platform if you're new to this. Okay, Vin Smoke says, I'm from Indonesia. How can I get a recommendation for a Discord server to learn programming, hacking, etc.? I mean, you can try our Discord server if you like, or our Reddit. bin bash typically. Can you... Let's see. So when you execute shell, see list, so command see list of available environment variables. Let's take a look in the new tab. I mean, this is a Windows system, so I only assume that we have to use like Windows CMD commands or PowerShell commands. I also recommend Pwn College. Yeah, Pwn College is a great website to use. Okay, full URL. Okay, so command, I mean, maybe ping our machine. Ping C1, our IP address. Where is it? This one. Maybe he wants to be the Green Lantern hacker. Do you mean green as in a beginner hacker, or do you mean something else? Okay, so if we assume that this is actually going to fire off, let's save this. So can we just run this now? Build now? Build scheduled. Okay, I mean, we're listening over here for people to ping out to our system. MSEC, hey, why are you given the infamous Linux commands? No builds. So did it actually run? Build now. Build scheduled. Well, I don't know if it actually ran because I don't see any output from our TCP dump over here. Did you write it in Groovy? Okay, let's go back. So it's like a step, right? So build steps, execute shell. I assumed when it says execute shell that it's running as the underlying OS. But let me click on help. So run a shell script. Defaults to sh. Really? Runs a shell script, defaults to sh for building the project. The script will be run with the workspace. Oh, so it is Linux commands. Okay. So if your shell script has no header like bin bash, then the shell configured system-wide will be used. I mean, yeah, I guess we can define it over here. Okay, has anyone else just installed Kali Linux and is a beginner in hacking? I mean, having Kali Linux doesn't make you a hacker. It does give you some tools that you can use for learning cybersecurity. It's just a tool. Okay, so by default the shell is invoked with the ex option. So all the commands are printed again before being executed. Okay. So as a best practice, try not to put a long shell script in here. Instead, add the shell script in SEM. Okay, so let's try saving this. And then we'll try building the project again. Okay, Saint says, what if I install Gen 2? What if I install... use whatever OS you want to, honestly. Okay, we'll go back and see if we had, well, I'm still not getting any output here. Let's go back and see what's actually happening. So let's see. Console output. Running a system, building. Cannot find the file specified. Cannot find the... So we tried to... Okay, so maybe we are running Windows commands. Build step execute shell marked build as failure, finished failure. Okay. So we tried to run this, but it didn't go through. So binsh it doesn't run binsh. Let's go back. Try something like Java tac version. So let's just get rid of this. We'll try what MSEC is suggesting. Java tac version to see if something comes out. Save. Failed. It didn't come out. Okay, build now. And let's take a look. So console output. So shxe, system cannot find the file specified. Execute shell marked build as failure. So I mean, it really does seem like everything is being run as a shell script. The problem is it doesn't seem to be executing any of the commands properly. Maybe where's the Java or where's the Python? Samwise Genji, hello, nice to see you here. Mr. Raju, it says, anybody here from India? I think there's quite a few people who are watching from India over here. What do you think about quantum? Because everybody says when the quantum comes and every security layer will be a sheet of paper, and even encrypted devices will be decrypted, every security becomes weak. I mean, it's not just... Quantum isn't just for... We can build stuff that's quantum resilient, like quantum resilient encoding. What is the word? Quantum resilient cryptography, right? So we tried to run this. sh. The system cannot find the file specified. So it tries to run these scripts. So Jenkins with a random number .sh. So I think what we need to do is we need to reconfigure. So the files don't exist. Okay, Omen says play a pop non-copyright music. I mean, we'll play whatever music is here, as long as it doesn't get me in trouble with YouTube. Oh, you know what? It could be that the workspace isn't. Oh, I don't know about this. So everything that we're running isn't working. Did you try the admin script console instead of this build? I mean, I'm not super familiar with Jenkins. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, did you try the admin script console? So admin script console. Builds. My views. Missing May. Maybe the file solution, maybe the file location, maybe. Okay, so Sick in the Mind suggested the script console. Where do you find the script console? Okay, where is the script console in the Jenkins web app? Hey, what is your real name? It's the Shy Hat. The Shy Hat. If you haven't looked at it, I won't spoil that fun. So in the Jenkins UI, web UI, the script console is under the Manage Jenkins menu. So Manage Jenkins, top level menu, Manage Jenkins page, scroll down and click script console. Okay, let's give this a try. Let's move this over here. Manage Jenkins. So top level, Manage Jenkins. Seems that your reverse proxy setup. I've seen some funny stuff with stealing credentials from reverse proxies before. First name the, last name Hat, of course. So Manage Jenkins, is it down here? System log, script console, executes arbitrary script for administration, troubleshooting, diagnostics. Okay, so type in arbitrary groovy script and execute it on the server. Useful for troubleshooting and diagnostics. Use the print line command to see the output. If you use system.out, it will go to server standard out, which is harder to see. Okay. Okay, let's try running some random Java. Run. Result is nothing. Wait, can we just do print line, like anything, like random stuff? Test. Print line test, run. Test. Okay, this runs. Great. It's Groovy, not Java. It's Groovy, not Java. Okay, so Groovy. We just want a Groovy script command to run random commands. So arbitrary commands. I think we saw some Groovy script over here. So public class, this stuff over here, then ping. Can we use something like this? Let's see. Sudo 22 says you can execute system commands. So I mean, Groovy script. Give me Groovy script that runs the system who am I command, please. Groovy rev shell. I mean, I just want to confirm that I've got command execution first. Def proc who am I execute proc 4. Okay, let's just give this a try. Okay, exit code 0 Anti-authority system. As soon as we get our reverse shell payload to run, it's gonna give us anti-authority system. Oops. Yeah, kind of oops. Kind of oops. AKA roofed. Exactly. Yeah. So who am I execute? I mean, so let's see if we can find something at revshells.com. Isn't that secure? I mean, is it not? It is not secure, is what we're trying to say. All right, so we've got our IP address. Let's just get ourselves a rev shell. This is our IP address. This is the port we're gonna be listening on. Let's set that up. RL wrap netcat 443. So we're looking for Windows. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily systems OS specific. We're just looking for Groovy. Where's our Groovy? Groovy, here we go. All right, let's grab that Groovy. Why do you use RL wrap? So RL wrap is a utility that gives us additional functionality on our netcat shells. So it gives us, what is it? Command line, moving inside the command line. It also gives us command history. It makes our netcat shells a little bit more stable, or a little bit more perfectly timed also. Yeah, I guess so, if we manage to get it working. So where are we? Here? Alright. Boom, run that thing. Did we get a... Well, I mean, it complains, but did we get our reverse shell? No, we didn't get a reverse shell. What box is this? So this is the build box from Vulnyx. You can find it over here. Hey brother, are you from Canada? Yep, we are from Canada. Or I am, rather. So the string host int port string command sh. I mean, sh, we can't use the sh command here. So we're going to have to change our OS to Windows. So because it's Windows, we need to change the command to something else. Looks right, but they probably have... So command equals cmd. Maybe. Let's go back up. cmd.exe. Change the shell drop down below too. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look. Shell, oh, that's, okay, this is good. Thank you very much for, so CMD, or PowerShell, I suppose. Let's try copying this. I mean, yeah. I mean, the only difference is it's one parameter. Okay, run it. Okay, we're in. Who am I? We are anti-authority system. What the heck? Okay, dir. So this is all of our Jenkins stuff. Great. It reminds me of the infamous hacking scene from NCIS. Scary hacker voice man time. Oh, sure. Yeah. Let's finish out the stream with some scary hacker voice man. Thank you very much, MSEC. Much appreciated. Okay, let's call out Scary Hacker Voice Man. We're gonna say the words.
Hey, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Build Administrator, it seems like you enjoy deploying Jenkins web apps with default credentials. That is a big mistake. We managed to break into the app with your default credentials and then get access to the admin script console. From there, we found out that the application was running as anti-authority system. That is quite the choice. With a little bit of work, we managed to get direct access to the machine using a reverse shell payload. Maybe you knew about the security flaws on your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. Ha 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 ha. And now we're in.
Okay, it took a while. Anti-authority system, never heard of her. Michael Venturella, thank you very much for that awesome message. Okay, so typically on these CTF exercises, there are going to be two flags. There's going to be a user flag and there's going to be a root flag. You read the flags to prove that you were able to get access to the system. So typically it's going to be in one of the user directories, so cdc users, and maybe the first one is going to be in the builder directory. So the builder user. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Stairs Ergonomics, that's a great name. Super Duper Tees, Rota, and T Hugh, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so we're in the directory here, maybe the desktop. So here's our user flag. So, I mean, we've got access to this flag. We don't necessarily need to read it because, you know, we don't want to reveal the information for people who haven't done this before. The other flag is going to be in C users administrator in the desktop directory as well. So this is the root.txt file. So just to prove that we've got access to the root.txt file, we will type root.txt and redirect it to a file called iread root.txt. If we create the file successfully, that means we read the flag. And we did. So we finished the box. Lamech, don't ask people about hacking betting websites. This is not what we do over here. Thank you. Soto22 says most of the time the flag is in C or admin desktop or user desktop. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Mikkel. Thank you very much. Okay, so hey brother, from which domain is Mr. Robot Elliot? Domain? I'm not too sure what you're talking about. So there's so many places to look for a flag. Why don't we run the search command? I mean, sometimes we can. Sometimes the challenge is making a hunt for the flag. It's actually much better that we don't need to hunt for the flag if the flags are in common places. The point of the flag is just to prove that you've got the highest level of access. But let's talk about what's happening on the next stream. We just managed to finish this exercise in the nick of time. Thank you very much to people like Defus for keeping us on track. Defus and Sick in the Mind. Thank you very much to Sick in the Mind for telling me all about the fun script console in Jenkins. Thank you. All right, so before we go, let's talk about what we're doing next stream. So this is the Wednesday stream. We also have a Friday one, and we're going to be doing some coding. So we want to get better at our coding, so we're going to be starting off with that. We're going to be doing some demonstrations for Linux hacking. We're going to be doing some Linux OS operations, so if you ever wanted to learn how to use Linux, we're going to be teaching how to do that on the Friday stream. We're going to be doing a little bit of reverse engineering, and we're going to be doing a community topic. So the community topic is going to be finding in real life cybersecurity groups. This is something I really advocate to people who want to get into cybersecurity. Go to those in-person meetups. So here, everybody, if you want to figure out where your in-person meetup is, go to the Reddit or go to the Discord and participate in the thread. We're taking requests for people who are asking about in-person meetups for cybersecurity. So for example, over here, we got some people asking about where is there a meetup in Islamabad, Pakistan, or Mumbai, India, or Amsterdam in the Netherlands. If you come onto the Reddit, you can request your own city to figure out where your cybersecurity meetups are. I don't guarantee that we'll be able to find a meetup for your city, but I will guarantee that we'll try. Okay, so, sorry, I am 18 hours free in my day. How much do I need to be intermediate level? So, to everybody who wants to get into cybersecurity, I recommend this this website that I created over here. It talks about some different steps you'd want to take if you want to get into cybersecurity. So before we go, let's talk about who we're going to be raiding into. So InfoSec Streams is a great website. Why am I not on here? Why am I not listed as live? Okay, there are two people who are streaming right now on InfoSec Streams. There's BlazeBits and Standard Error. I'm pretty sure Standard Error doesn't use a cam or a microphone, so we'll try BlazeBits. Standard Error does see. Yeah, I mean, I did see that they were doing some sort of maze. Okay, so let's go ahead and raid into BlazeBits before we let's see, raid BlazeBits. Okay, so everybody, when you get onto BlazeBits' stream, if you could give this message. Ooh, OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog. For Cayman, why don't you, so everybody in YouTube who still has questions, ask your questions over in the Discord, or ask them on the Reddit. Okay, everybody ready to raid? We'll be back on Friday. So everybody who's interested in learning about where your local meetup is for cybersecurity, definitely go over to the Reddit and ask about your city in the Reddit thread over here. Okay? Alright, HackerFrogs ready to raid out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. HackerFrogs out.